Second.
Motion and second. Any further discussion? Rachel, please take the vote.
Mr. Chitwood,
Yes.
Mr. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Milius,
Yes.
Mr. Hole,
Yes.
Mrs. Baker,
Yes.
Mrs. Horn,
Yes.
approved.
Thank you. Would everyone please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic of which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Moving on to 4.01. The reading of the USD230 mission and vision. We read these at all of our meetings to keep our goals at the forefront of our decisions in mind. Sorry, the agenda just crashed on me. Oh, thank you. To be a school district that engages students to learn, adapt, create, adapt, and succeed in an ever-changing world. And our vision is to maintain small town values and empower each student to achieve world-class success. All right, moving on to 5.01, the election of the board president. We will open the floor for nominations.
I like the way things are going, so I nominate Nicole Milius for president.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. I will accept your nomination. Any other nominations? All right. Does that require a vote? There's no other nominations?
Yes, it
Okay.
does. Yeah.
Okay. All right, Rachel, please take the vote. Yeah. Everyone in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Wonderful. Moving on to the election of the board vice president. We will open the floor for nominations.
Again, I like the way things going. I nominate Mr. Doug Hall for vice president.
I will second that as well.
And I will accept that nomination. Thank you, Mr. Chitwood.
Okay, wonderful. Any other nominations? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, wonderful. Moving on to the organizational items. We worked through these at our last meeting. There's been a couple updates. Dr. Luttrell, would you share there was a couple updates that we spoke about. Can you share with us which ones those were?
I would be glad to do that. The main one that we had that was a change since the last time we kind of worked through these, very informally was, I believe it's the one down there on petty cash. We do not, as of this past school year, we no longer keep petty cash in any of our buildings. So that one was definitely essentially eliminated. In the past, it had been, the director of finance had kind of been the one designated as well as set the amounts, but we no longer, because of the advents and technology that have done that. The other main point that we discussed was whether or not the site councils from each school, in terms of some of the other changes in statute, which I think is one of the policies later tonight, is simply whether you want to have those, as you've done in the past, appointed, or whether, appointed, or as you've done in the past, approved formally by the Board of Education, because under state statute now, if it is approved formally by the board, those individuals and the board members are appointed to that, it does become an open meeting and which we have, been very transparent in those, but it just requires keeping a minutes and a lot more.
I think, I'm so sorry to interrupt, Dr. Luttrell. I think we were going to pause that conversation for later in policies. I think the one I was referring to was about the special education, maybe. Dr. Robinson, you're the one, I think you had brought it up during our agenda.
I think the other one was 6.21 Title IX.
Thank you.
And I was requesting that we name Aaron Smith as the coordinator for Title IX. That's been a role that I've had since I've been here. I'm not trying to give up work, but it allows us to restructure that process. That process actually has 3 different roles to it. It has a Title IX coordinator, an investigator, and a decision maker. And that restructure would make it to where superintendent would not be part of the Title IX process unless there's an appeal. So it's a benefit of kind of our restructure, but I think it would be the correct move for the district moving forward.
Yes, that was the one I was referring to. So those were the 2 changes from outside of what we had discussed at our prior meeting.
We need a motion and second to approve all the changes and all the resolutions.
Okay.
Okay, so I've got, so on the 6.29, then if we're not doing it, then it just shouldn't be there, right? Or am I crazy?
No, I think you're right. It says petty cash funds have been closed, but I agree with you. All of those amounts should be either stricken or reduced to 0.
Yeah.
I don't know what the conversation to come is, but should 6.35 be removed from any approvals? Because if we approve it here, doesn't that make it appointed?
So this is, what's to come is really in regards to the members of it. This is us volunteering. And this is our current policy, so we'd have to approve the policy first, then to change this. So we can adjust as we approve new policies.
Okay.
Okay. So I guess, Rachel, can you update 6.29 real quick and just zero all that out, or just, I guess, just delete it?
Strike it, don't delete it.
Yeah, strike. Good point.
Thanks.
Redline it.
Yeah, there you go.
So I guess with that said, I would, and Aaron Smith is on there in 6.21. You're happy with that the way it is, right? Okay. Then I would move to approve the organizational items, 6.01 through 6.36 as presented, with the amendment to 6.29 as 0.
Second.
All right, motion, second. Any further discussion on organizational items? Rachel, do we also vote on this? I'm guessing, yes, okay. Rachel, please take the vote.
Mrs. Milius,
Yes.
Mr. Hole,
Yes.
Mrs. Baker,
Yes.
Mrs. Horn,
Yes.
Mr. Chitwood,
Yes.
Mr. Ewing,
Yes.
approved.
Okay, moving on to business with individuals.
No cards were presented.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to approve the consent agenda, which includes approval of the consent agenda items, approval of the minutes, renewal of Leader in Me, renewal of Positive Physics and Chemistry, renewal of Rosetta Stone, annual participation fee for Project Lead the Way, purchase of supplemental HMH student grammar practice workbooks, and an SLP contract.
All right, well, then I'll move to approve the consent agenda as presented in red.
I'll second.
Thank you. Motion and second. Further discussion? Rachel, please take the vote.
Mr. Hole,
Yes.
Mrs. Baker,
Yes.
Mrs. Horn,
Yes.
Mr. Chitwood,
Yes.
Mr. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Milius,
Yes.
approved.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to an action item. Right.
What's the proper wording for this? I need to recuse myself.
You just, if you want to recuse yourself, you get up and leave and we'll go get you when we're done.
You don't have to come get me. I can just leave.
Okay. I can't dismiss you. All right, are we good? I move to approve the personnel item 9.01 as presented.
I'll second.
Thank you. Motion and second. Any further discussion? Rachel, please take the vote.
Mrs. Baker,
Yes.
Mrs. Horn,
Yes.
Mr. Chitwood,
Yes.
Mrs. Milius,
Yes.
Mr. Hall,
Yes.
approved.
Wonderful. Okay, moving on to 10.0. Oh,
Nice try. I was almost to the door.
okay. Moving on now to 10.01, good news, recognitions, and announcements. Dr. Luttrell.
Yes, this month we have our good news recognitions and announcements, and we're going to kind of with this new fiscal year, kind of do a little bit differently moving forward. And when we get to this point in time, our Director of Communications, Mr. Scott Peavy, will be coming to the podium and basically covering this portion of the recognitions. And so I'm going to turn it over to him at this point and let him do his good news announcements and recognitions.
Thank you, Dr. Luttrell, and I'm very excited to have the opportunity this year to share all the great things that our staff and our students do here in Spring Hill. I do have a couple of brief student things I'd like to bring up. Now, these are a couple of groups that we are planning on bringing into our next meeting in July, but things go a little bit slower in the summer, obviously, but that doesn't mean there aren't still some amazing things that our kids are doing. We had a group of our high school kids that traveled to Indianapolis in June for the International Thespian Festival, and they achieved at an unprecedented level in the history of Spring Hill High School. I won't go into too much detail because two of those students and their sponsor, Miss Wendell, will be here on the 28th, so we can recognize them properly at that time. I also want to highlight something that is just an amazing opportunity. Keaton Neal, one of our Spring Hill High School students, over the weekend was a participant in the high school home run derby at the MLB All-Star Game in Atlanta. That's a nationally televised event. I think there were maybe 8 high school athletes in the entire nation that were invited to participate. So he got to participate in that derby on the exact same field where the pros are here in about an hour when that home run derby starts. So we hope to recognize Keaton at our next meeting as well, but obviously he's a little busy right now in Atlanta. So we'll try to catch up with him at that time. But that said, we do have 2 Core Value Award recipients for tonight to recognize. So I'd like to invite Dr. Aaron Smith to the podium.
No, I should have gotten a head start on this, and I knew it was coming.
Just sit close.
I know, right? I sat in the cheap seats again. Well, thank you. It is my pleasure to recognize 2 of our outstanding team members, Carrie Mullis and Megan Moorer, for their exceptional leadership and dedication in launching our frontline system across the school district. So over the past several months, Carrie and Megan have devoted countless hours to mastering all of the details behind the scenes to make our new solutions for recruit and hire, frontline central, housing all of that important information about our employees that we need to be able to access, professional learning management, all of the teachers who have to maintain a transcript of licensure points that they've accumulated throughout their license life cycle. And as we transition to a new platform to host employee evaluations, Carrie and Megan have really been doing a lot of the heavy lifting behind the scenes. And without all of the hours that they have spent on this, I think we would be in much worse shape. We're on time to roll everything out as anticipated because of Carrie and Megan. So I would love to invite them to the podium and have everybody join me in a really big round of applause because they have been just phenomenal in this process. So Carrie and Megan. You get your official photo op and. Yes, I did instruct them to take it out of the box, so it didn't look like we were just giving them a box.
Ladies.
That's right.
First time. All right, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you both. I know that was a heartfelt, long journey for Michelle, and to see it come to life and be done well, I'm sure she's so happy. So thank you for all that hard work. Dr. Trell, is that all our good news?
That's all of our good news for this evening.
Awesome. Okay, well, let's keep moving. 11.01 Spring Hill Sports Live contract.
We have BJ Harris here who will kind of review some of the contract terms of what he does with Spring Hill Sports Live, kind of maybe recap the past year, what they got moving forward for this year. And I also know there were some questions about what Spring Hill Sports Live might look like at some point in the future as Spring Hill transitions a year from now into a new conference. And then, as you also know, Mr. Harris is our also associated with the Education Foundation. He might say a few words at the very end about that. So Mr. Harris, we'll give it to you.
All right. Well, thank you guys very much for the opportunity. It's always great to come here about this time of the year. This is the official kickoff of my broadcast season, I think, is when I get the approval from you guys to move forward and we're off and running. We had another great year with Spring Hill Sports Live. We're entering into what will be our 7th season of covering the Broncos. So we're about to get through 2 full groups of kiddos through the school system. And we've gotten a chance to know them and provide good coverage for them for 7 years or 6 years and going into our 7th. I always like to put together the breakdown of numbers and how that kind of sorts out. Obviously, that's sport dependent and staffing dependent on exactly what we do and how we get it done, but we always do it at a high level. Our goal is to provide a live broadcast, not just a live stream. A lot of the other entities, most of the entities out there that provide these types of services to a school will put up a static camera and show you the footage on the field. We like to bring you a traditional broadcast with announcers, and we do it all free. It's typically, I think, usually one of the easier decisions a Board of Education can make because it's not going to cost you anything. And we do that with support from our community. The community over 6 years now, and I'll say 7 as we get through our sales period. Resounding support of our product across 8 communities in Kansas. We don't just work here in Spring Hill, we actually work across eastern Kansas. We also, within last year, provided all the broadcasting services for Johnson County Community College. And so while I stood here about 7 years ago and really wasn't sure what our company was going to be when we went from 1 channel to 2 with our addition of Spring Hill Sports Live, we've seen that come to fruition now, and we're able to provide a really good product for a lot of schools across Kansas. And we expect to be able to continue to do that here and elsewhere in the future. So brought on a really good broadcaster last year. That's one of the things that I take pride in is nurturing young college and high school age kids to get their hands on equipment and get out in the field, present themselves in a professional manner. And we've got a really good one that's around Spring Hill a little bit, Brendan. If you listen to any of the basketball stuff at State, that's a 19-year-old kid on the air with us, and he's about as good as I've ever found. So we're fortunate to be able to have those kind of kids associated with our company and with your school district. Apparently his mom graduated from here a long time ago. So not a long time ago, he's only 19. But
I was gonna say, not that long ago.
yeah, not that long ago. His mom's probably the same age as me, honestly. So we're ready to go again. We're fired up for another good year. We're excited about introducing the community a new head coach and football team, and obviously some of the success the basketball teams had last year. I think we're going to see more of that this year. And then those shoulder sports, baseball is obviously really competitive. Softball was amazing again this year. We worked hard to try to get out there. We were able to use Starlink to broadcast from out there because we still haven't got internet. So that's anything this body could work on, that'd be great. Yeah, we're ready to go. I'm willing to answer any questions, but I feel confident in what we do for your community and for this school district. And I'm excited about what we continue to do in the future.
Yeah, I really appreciate the service you guys provide. It's incredible. And I really felt fortunate when our girls were at basketball state. I know you couldn't broadcast the game, but he talked it to us, right? And he did a phenomenal job with people running up and down the court. I mean, I felt like I was watching it, even though I was listening to him. And I know he had some hardships even getting there, right? I think he had to hitch a ride at some point.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
he'd even had a little bit of a rough day.
That's good for him.
And still did a phenomenal job. So I really appreciate what your broadcasters are bringing to our youth here.
Thank you.
What speed are you looking for? I
What's-
mean, if you're making requests for internet, what do
Oh,
you?
we don't need much. We just need internet.
Okay,
We
okay.
can make it work. Whatever you put out there will be fast enough, I'm guessing.
I don't do anything around this.
Get
job.
out there.
But I try. You know, one of the things, you know, before I was on the board, one of the kind of the challenges people put to you is even though this isn't a Title IX issue, you know, you were kind of asked to approach it that way and take up that mantle and make sure that we're getting out both our girls and our boys sports. And I think you've done a great job of bringing some parity. And, you know, especially when you look at the softball numbers, now I understand there's a need for internet out there because, you know, the softball girls are rocking it and deserve some live broadcast. So I love it. Want more of it.
Yep. And you mentioned about your conference change. That won't change our product any, I don't suspect. You know, there is some overlap that's allowed us to perhaps cover them with other schools when they're around. We may ultimately look at expanding 10 more broadcasts to be able to pick up the same number of broadcasts if that's needed. But ultimately, we do this everywhere. If they're playing in that new conference, we'll cover them just the same. And we're looking to expand always. In fact, we've reached out to some of those schools and they know what we're doing and they know not all those bodies are as amenable as you guys. So it takes a little more time when you're cracking into a new community, but we've had good, I know Mr. Williams gave us a good recommendation to one of the schools we were working on. And so I appreciate that kind of feedback and input as we do try to grow, but I would fully expect, ultimately what happened was in 2019, we went on the air, showed them what Spring Hill Sports Live was. Paola, Lewisburg, Baldwin, Eudora, Tonganoxie all wanted to see what that might be in their schools. So I would suspect if once that conference gets a chance to see Spring Hill Sports Live in action, that we may be able to make those partnerships happen quicker than anticipated.
Well, not that I can help you in your sales process, but you know, what I would say to another board considering this is, you know, for me, this is about showing that we care about the families of our students. Not every family member can make it.
Yep.
Not every family member is in good enough health to walk up the stairs at football, to see their grandkid. To me, this shows a commitment to being the best we can be and bringing in families. So there you go.
Thanks.
So thank you. I'm the one that's been harassing you for 4 years about the disparity between men's and women's sports. And thank you. You've made a lot of progress there. So I appreciate that and love that. And I do have questions. So we have some sports that aren't on here and it might be hard for you to get there. Boys volleyball, I know is up and coming here. Swimming, I don't know what that looks like broadcasting, if that's even possible. Golf, tennis, bowling, possibly. Like all of that. Are you hoping to add that?
Yeah, we would. I mean, ideally in situations like that, it might be more likely if a booster club in that wanted to bring us on to broadcast that event instead of taking that necessarily out to the community. We've kind of set the amount of broadcasts that I think advertisers will generally support. And so if we wanted to add more broadcasts, we might just need to look at another. In fact, one of the proposals I presented to a school board about, hey, if we did an extra 20 broadcasts, would you have that within your budget to pay us to do that? And so that's something I pursued. They said no, for what it's worth. But I do think that we can look at that. I mean, I'm looking at how to broadcast rodeo at some place, so I'm open to pretty much anything. I'm doing a 4-H livestock auction at one point this summer. We just did Little League Baseball all-star games. So yeah, we're looking, I like a challenge. I've got some tech kids. I just hired broadcast engineer out of Pittsburgh State, their best little broadcaster. And he's wiring us up some new gear and making us look as professional as we possibly can. I don't want to bury the lead, but we might have a chance for some instant replay this year in our broadcast as well, which if I can pull that off, I'll feel like I've really done something. So, yeah, I mean, I'm open to anything. It just may be a matter of getting the guys out there. And ultimately, I'm lucky that we do have guys like Brendan and some other younger broadcasters. They're eager beavers. If we can pay them to be out there, take my stuff, go out there and cover it. And if they're available and can make a little money, I'll put them to work. I'm happy for it. We're not looking to get rich off this. We really just know that the community can support about that many broadcasts. And if we need to do more, that might have to be done a different way. So.
Well, and don't make it too good. We still want them to show up for games.
Well, that's up to them. Honestly, back to Mr. Chitwood's comment, it's beyond that. It's the family members who would never ultimately come that have a connection to our school district that wouldn't otherwise have it into our community. The best one was Diana at J&T Auto, a grandparent who doesn't live here, stopped in just to walk in to say, thank you for bringing that broadcast. I see you on all the TVs. I just wanted to come say hi to you. And so, and I get myself goosebumps when I make connections like that. And so we're doing that over and over and over again. And the statistics on those, the analytics on it, I think shows that families are finding us and use us as a nice resource. And then ultimately we can be a good resource to you guys as you try to get your messaging out here. And I'm looking forward to working with Mr. Peavy on the marketing and communications for the school district and how we can be a resource to that. You've got availability on my show, on our games, anytime you want. We just got to communicate on what that needs to be, and let's go. So
cool. I'm excited, and I'm excited to see what you can do. I think that I'm hopeful that we can get still some of the same numbers in our Spring Hill Sports Live, but I think it's going to be even more crucial to be able to get the road games and get those other schools involved, because it'll just be a little bit further, and not everyone will be able to make it.
Yep. We're looking at that. So
any other thoughts from Mr. Harris? Well, thanks for coming in tonight, sir. Excited. What's your first broadcast?
well, all roads lead to September 5th. So there'll be some before that actually, but that's Friday night football night when we'll pop off 8 simultaneously at the exact same time across Eastern Kansas. So that's when my blood pressure is at an all-time high. So do you need to prove this or want to go on to chef stuff?
I'm not sure chef is on our agenda for today.
It would be approved at the next.
At the next one? Okay, well, I'll go ahead and want to hit on this because you did ask me to come speak on behalf of Chef a couple of meetings ago, and we weren't able to get here for it. That was to recognize at that time Dave Dunmeyer and Doug Schwinn. We're going to hopefully bring them back to the State of the District breakfast and give them good recognition for service to the Spring Hill Education Foundation. What I'm passing out to you is just our save the dates. We're a little bit ahead and planning out, getting ready to launch our corporate campaign to ask businesses to support the Spring Hill Education Foundation. And we wanted to make sure we had all of our events lined out and our in order of how we were planning on attacking this year. The first one is, and I would ask everybody on this dais, I think you would really help us raise a lot of money, that there is a dunk tank on August 1st in downtown that we're trying to raise money for the Spring Hill Education Foundation and Spring Hill Rec Commission. I believe you already may be committed to this, Mr. Hall. Did I hear that?
I am now.
Ah, see how I did that? That's pretty good.
Assumptive close.
But that's the first kind of kickoff. We're trying to help out. And the Spring Hill Recreation Commission is going to do a couple of fundraisers with us throughout the year. Biggest one, golf tournament, another successful this year. Some of our highlights from the last year for Chef, we went from $22,000 in scholarships to $30,000 in scholarships. That's 15 kids over 11. And we're really looking at how we can grow our fundraising to meet the growing student population and keep that percentage of kids served as high as possible, despite the increase in numbers. And so we're going to go out with a challenge to the community to try to do that. We created a new event, the Spring Soiree. In the first year, we raised $18,000 for teacher and teacher classroom projects. We're going to look to implement that fundraising over the next year with a revised teacher grant program that educators will start to see the rubric and the application for that process and how we're going to dole out those funds throughout this year with our teacher grant program. And we're just continue to try to work and collaborate. New director levels, working across with, as I mentioned, Doug Schwinn was a great resource for the Spring Hill Education Foundation for a long time, and looking forward to connecting with Mr. Holder and continuing that partnership. Likewise, I mentioned Mr. Peavy and working with the communications department. Those are two departments that have been really useful for us. Dr. Smith has been great in our leadership and directing us and where we can devote some of those resources. And last year that was evident in our $50,000 donation to Project Lead the Way. And so we're gearing up this year to look at even more expansive ways, how we can build on some of those gifts, continued partnerships. The Playhouse Project was a good example of how we'd like cross-curricular departments to work together to put together a request that we can help them fund and help them do bigger projects. That Playhouse Project was the first year they'd done that, and we helped fund that project as well. So a lot of stuff I could talk about with Chef. We've added some new board members and getting a nice community group that are local people with kids in the district actively engaged with Chef, which I think will help in our fundraising and allow us to do more things for you all and your kids and your students and your teachers. Most of the things we went to go tackle last year was improving our scholarship amounts, which we did, making a big donation, which we did. We looked at some improvements to our golf tournament, putting those kids out front at our reception for the golf tournament, which was, I think, pretty successful. And we actually increased strengthened our application process for our scholarships, gave it a little bit better rubric, a more robust scoring sheet, as well as bringing in some community members to help us with that. And in addition to adding our interview day, which had kind of gone away because of COVID, and we brought those kids back in and had them interview, which I think was an eye-opening experience for several of them. So, yeah, Chef is in a good place. We really want to be a partner with you guys. We've got a great board of directors. We've lost a couple of guys who I think were happy to step away at this moment. When you work for a nonprofit and you've got longtime board members and they feel comfortable to step away, it usually gives me a little vote of confidence that we're headed in the right direction. Because if you've been around for something for 20 plus years, and you want to make sure it's going to be left in a good place. And I think both Dave and Doug would say that the Spring Hill Education Foundation is in a good place after 20 some years. And we're just kind of getting started with it. So those dates are on there. Golf tournament on May 4th, gala on March 7th. I expect everybody to be dressed up and fancy at the gala and raise some money for kiddos.
Thank you. What is your theme for the soiree?
Wouldn't you like to know?
I came and I was dressed.
They're between two themes right now. I can't
Okay.
release anything because if
Okay.
I say one, then that'll be the theme, which it's the one I want, but I'm not going to do that. So
Okay, that's fair.
I'll
Well,
let our committee set
Please.
that. But it's out at Borgmont Winery. We're moving that event out there because of event space needs primarily. And really looking to engage families, give them an opportunity to get out and about and support. We go through the corporate route. We have our events with the golf tournaments. And this is really the event where let's bring in everybody who brings their kid to school and see if they want to, give back if they can. And if they can't, we'll be there to help those folks too.
wonderful. Well,
I was just going to say thank you for everything that you do, BJ. You go over and above, and we really appreciate it.
I appreciate the opportunity to serve this community in a couple of unique ways, and I hope to continue to do it for a long, long time.
I just have one more thing just to go back on Spring Hill Sports Live. Is everybody comfortable just putting that with on consent? So Mr. Harris doesn't have to come back next meeting for an action.
thank you.
Great idea.
Yep. Wonderful. Thanks, BJ.
Appreciate you guys.
Okay. Rachel, can you make sure these attachments all get added to our agenda? Thank you. Okay, moving on. 11.02, the presentation from Spring Hill High School regarding transitioning unified bowling.
Yes, we have Mr. Freegon and some of the high school staff here to kind of give a proposal to transition our unified bowling into a Keisha sanctioned activity. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Freegon and his group.
All right. Well, good evening. And we're excited to be here and be able to talk to you about some changes that we would like to propose for this upcoming fall semester. Just a little bit of a background on this, and then I have both of these sponsors here that'll talk to you about what exactly unified bowling is, and then I'll wrap some things up as well as far as and answer any other questions that you may have. As far as Keisha sports, we have all Keisha sanctioned sports except for bowling, unified bowling, and also gymnastics. And so obviously, as we continue to grow and be able to expand some different programming, and we felt like unified bowling is something that we've done at a club level. And so I don't want to steal what Mary Larson will talk about here in a minute, but We have participated at the club level, so that means we've gone out and done some of these different events. But being actually moving it towards Acacia sanctioned sport and allowing us to compete at the state level would just open up some more opportunities for our kids. Okay, so with that, again, I have Mary Larson and also Ashley Mars, which are both special education teachers at the high school. And they've worked with these individuals and they've also done several of these club events in the past.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So a little bit about Unified. If you don't know what Unified Sports are, it's through Kansas Special Olympics, and we've been a Unified Champion school since about 2016. We've participated in Unified Bocce, Unified Basketball. They consider you a Unified Champion school by doing three things. There's whole school engagement, there's Unified Sports, and there's youth leadership. And so we've done the youth leadership 1 year. We've started Unified PE at the high school. This will be year 3 for it. And we're starting Unified Music this year and hoping it goes well. But what Unified does is it pairs our Special Olympic athletes or our students with disabilities, intellectual disabilities, with partners in the school, and they work together on the same team. So the way bowling works is it's 2 athletes and 2 partners, and they all bowl the same frame, and they just alternate bowlers all the way through all 10 frames. And then they have a collective score, and they bowl about 6 games, I think, in a night. Oh, perfect. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. Let's see. I told you about what we've done in the past. Some of the things that Special Olympics has shown in statistics that come out of Unified Sports is that it's not about the sport, it's about the kids working together. So 64% talk about increased working with others, 68% about helping others. This is what Unified Partners say about it. 64% become more patient, and they feel like they're standing up for something. I shouldn't say it surprises me because it's why I wanted to do these programs, but I'm always taken aback by our partners at the end of the semester and what they got out of taking the class or participating in the sport, and the friendships that they've made along the way. And it really translates outside of the classroom and outside of the school building. And you can see it in our community sometimes with some of our students, our partners and athletes. And so it's a really great program. I think that as far as the bowling goes, it's 1 day a week. The first 3 weeks they practice, and then the next 5-6 weeks, I think, because I think it's 10 weeks. The next 6 weeks they compete. And the bowling alley does, I think, a lot of the front work for us, as far as having the teams there to compete against and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I'll let you talk about the last thing there. And then
yeah, and just with the bowling alley, and that's been definitely a struggle. Facilities are always hard to come by, and you know, with swimming, we go all the way to Osawatomie. That's kind of a reach. But with bowling as well, it is nice that regular boys and girls bowling is a winter sport, and so bowling alleys are a lot busier during that time, and it's hard to get scheduled. So luckily with Unified Bowling, that's in the fall. And so there would be some more time to be able to get that scheduled and get that worked in. And so we've already worked with that and have been able to secure a place up in Olathe at Mission Bowl. So any other, I guess, questions?
Yeah, so this is happening at club level now. And this is wanting to go. So how's the club, maybe I missed it. What's the club participation like at the current? And are we gonna increase?
We'll pretty much have one team. Like, we're a little limited on how many athletes we have available.
Okay.
Obviously we have about 16 kids, I think, between our 2 programs, but the Acacia sport, my students in the 18 to 21 program can't participate in the Acacia sanctioned one. So it has to be 9 through 12 students.
Okay.
And, you know, 3 of those are cheerleaders and, you know, one of them's a manager for a sport. And so they're involved in a lot of things. So we're a little limited, but I do know that we have enough athletes to get one team together. So we have 2 athletes and then we would need to find 2 partners for them.
I was just curious, and
Yeah.
one's enough. I mean,
Yeah.
that meets my minimum. No, this is great, fun stuff.
Yeah, and typically in the past, we've done a couple different events. I think last year we went down to Chanute and we just did an event just so like we just participate in that. So again, this would just give us an opportunity to be able to go on to the state level potentially if they could qualify for that. And so they do a whole state competition and they could letter as well with that. And then as that leads into the main thing is looking at trying to add for 26-27 when we do move to the UKC is to add boys and girls bowling as well. With the UKC, all UKC schools do have bowling already, so it'd just be a good transition time to be able to add that. And so we felt like with unified bowling, we could add that this year and get that started. And then that would just transition smoothly into next year, potentially being up here. I'll be here a little earlier, but we will talk to you guys about adding boys and girls bowling as well for 26-27.
That's a great way to get some partners out and get the unified stuff kicked off and then look at adding in a team because that's awesome. But the team for boys and girls you said is a winter sport?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
That's awesome.
But so the partners are also high school students? Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah. The mentors and that's something that I mean, me personally as well, like Martin was able to play some basketball over at Gardner at an event a couple of years ago with her students, and that just formed some great relationships with kids, and as she already talked about, but as a personal level, that just was something that was kind of eye-opening for him, but also allowed him to be able to establish some new relationships with some kids that he had in the past. We aren't doing a supplemental, so we're not adding a supplemental, as you already saw. And that's the way all the other schools do it in the UKC is that they do pay it by hour outside of contract time. Okay. If there's any questions on that as far as.
So we're just using one of our vehicles for transportation and stuff like. Okay.
Yep. And if the potential's there, I have talked to Apple Bus, but I don't think that we would need that. Yeah.
What's the advantage of you just paying like outside of the sponsor? Is that what you meant? We don't actually have like a sponsor. Tell me what you mean.
Okay. We wouldn't have an actual, so it wouldn't be on the supplemental salary schedule to add for a unified bowling coach. It would just be an hourly fee. And that's because it's not every day. Because they're only going to be practicing one time a week. They're going to be going to events that potentially could be during the school day anyway. So it's not near as much time outside of the regular school day as compared to any other sport.
And if participation waned for a year and it wouldn't be on the supplemental schedule and
right.
Wouldn't appoint.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts, questions? Are you guys hoping we approve this? Is that the next step? That
would be our hope. Yes.
Yeah.
And there isn't, eventually we're going to have to, with Keisha though, I mean, we have a little bit of time to be able to get things rolling and to be able to, I mean, I've already kind of reached out to people about all this. So it's not, we're not holding up things a whole lot, but if we could get approval as soon as possible, that'd be great. So we can get things together.
Yeah. As long as everyone's okay, can we just put this on the consent agenda for next meeting? Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Great.
And can you put me down for a team t-shirt if they're doing any kind of fundraising or anything like that? My dad was on Bowling for Dollars. He choked big time.
No, that'd be great. Yes. Thank you.
Yes, thank you guys. Thank you very much. I'm excited. I'm excited for bowling. Okay, Moving on, 11.03, adoption and purchase of resources for AP courses.
We do have Mrs. Zuck here this evening who will basically be talking about the new AP courses that were approved much earlier that are already in the handbook. Just talking about those textbook selection processes and what we're doing for those heading into the new school year. Mrs. Zuck.
Okay, good evening. We did approve some new courses back in December. And so these are going to be the materials that would go along with those courses. You can see that we use the procedure for AP instructional materials that are in the instructional materials document. And those are things that are chosen by advanced placement by the College Board. They select the materials. And so when our teachers attend training, which you can see the teachers for each course and when they attended training. They are then given information about the resources that are approved by College Board, the resources that help students achieve the highest scores, which pretty soon you'll find out we did an awesome job on AP scores this year. And what those resources are, as well as what the costs would be. So these are all courses that were approved and do not have any resources currently since they're brand new. So this would be their first initial purchase. So you can see for our AP computer science courses, Brendan Clary will be our teacher for that. And he attended 2 AP trainings this summer, one for each course. And then for our AP environmental science, that will be Jackson Alex. And he also attended training. And then the other thing that we're looking at is for, this is an exciting new opportunity. So this is dual credit. This is a course called Teaching as a Career that we did already offer, but we were able to move it to a College Now course, which means the students that enroll in this can pay the fee at Johnson County Community College. And that course is the EDUC, so it's in their education program and is course 121. So they can take the course at Spring Hill and then receive credit both for us for graduation as well as for college. So they would be getting off already on the right foot if they wanted to become a teacher, which we hope they all do. And so you can see Anna Manning will be our teacher for that. And she just received in May her JCCC instructor approval. You do have to meet their qualifications to be able to teach these courses since the students are receiving credit through them. So she did get her approval, which we were really excited about. And these are the materials and resources that that class uses. We use exactly what the college uses. And actually the college will be providing us, we just found out today that they will pay for those textbooks, those McGraw-Hill textbooks, and they will pay for the Teach Like a Pirate. So we will only be purchasing that novel at the bottom that costs $4 a student. So do you guys have any questions about any of this?
Yeah, on the 121, is that 3 credit hours?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, okay. Well, and mine's more of a comment than a question, but going back up to the AP, when we talk about spending, 69 or $140 a kid, our success rate in AP getting credit, families are getting real money value much greater than this. This is an actual investment that actually pays real money to families in terms of savings when they get to college. So.
Correct. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Can you remind us, John, I actually don't disagree with you. The AP option for us is amazing. I had students do it, and it's tremendous when you get the score back. I think that was last week, maybe score day. And it was a big deal at my house. So it's exciting. And they work very hard, and our teachers put a lot of what feels like just heart into that to help those kids succeed even further. So will you help us or remind me at least, these college texts it doesn't follow the same criteria as our others.
Correct.
Can you help differentiate and kind of what that, and our options are really limited?
Yes, so with AP, they have a designated list of approved resources. Then when you attend training, they will tell you the one that is most used by the AP community that they've seen students get the best results. So we always want to get whatever that recommendation is the one that we will recommend. Because ultimately, like you were saying, parents are paying a lot of money for students to take these. We want to give them the best chance that they have. So we will take their recommendation, whatever College Board has recommended. So in our procedures for the selection of instructional materials, we have a section just specific for advanced placement and dual credit because they do work differently. We need to follow the guidelines that are set out by College Board since we follow their curriculum for these courses. And these are all courses that are elective. So no one is required to take them, but when they do and they choose it and they pay the money, we want to make sure they have the best chance. And with the dual credit with the college, we just need to use whatever the materials are that the college is using because we are getting credit through them. So they give us their syllabus, they give us what materials they're using.
But they do have a couple options. They just say this is the one and then we determine.
They do for advanced placement, yes. Yeah, there is typically a list of a handful of materials, yes, that you can pick from.
And tell me what was the driver for Johnson County to give us these texts and the two?
So yeah, they don't always. So that's a good question. Sometimes they will when you're first starting the course. As a college now, they will give you those books because then you have them. So sometimes as your classes grow, you can reach back out and they'll give you some additional ones, but it really depends on their funding year to year, how much they can support the high schools in the area. So we were just lucky enough that we reached out and they said, because this is the first time it will be college now. And they just said, yes, we can pay for these things. So.
And this course, remind me, is it College Now or AP? Oh, it's dual credit. So College
Now. Yep.
Okay.
Yes. So the course, we call it Teaching as a Career. It is something very similar at Johnson County, but they would just look for, like the students will actually enroll at Johnson County as well. And that would be the EDUC 121. So they will earn those 3 college credits.
Is that class full this year?
No, not yet.
Do we have?
I know, we have increased our numbers though. I will tell you, it has doubled. So I would expect to see it.
When you say it's doubled, what does that mean?
I want lots of sections of it too. All right. Do you guys have any more questions?
Kristen, on the teaching as a career, is this something, Eric, that ties into the program?
Yeah, it does.
It does.
So the students, this is their entry level class. So they would take this and then they could go on after this and do the internship and then do one of those options. So they could.
This is step one.
They could do the youth apprenticeship or, yeah.
This is step one.
Yes.
Okay.
Awesome. Okay. Other thoughts? Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on, 11.04, the overview of recently updated Spring Hill Schools website.
We recently, again, made the transition with our USD230 website as well as our individual schools. And Mr. Peavy is here to kind of tell you a little bit about that process and what was the current focus on to get ready for the initial transition that went live July 1, and then some of the other things that are trickling that we're working on and what you can maybe see in the future. So Mr. Peavy, we'll let.
Thank you. And first, I apologize that you have to hear from me twice in one meeting. I know that's unfortunate for you guys, but I do appreciate the opportunity to talk to the launch of our new website. Before I get into some of the different facets of phase 1 and where we're going to be going, I do want to highlight a few individuals in particular. This was a very aggressive timeline for this new website with the July 1st launch date with enrollment beginning on July 7th with a long holiday weekend mixed in between. So I want to be sure to give a shout out to Billy Terry and his team on the tech side, as Billy and Christy were in their office going through line by line every single link on the Skyward enrollment page, making sure everything worked. Sam Bishop in the communications department for ensuring that the graphics and various things that we'll see here in a minute are branded. They look sharp. It's a very clean, professional looking site, and that's thanks to her. And in particular, and this is not hyperbole when I say you cannot overemphasize his role, Chris Olson has done an unbelievable job with this website. It is an immense amount of work. It has been, I don't know if he called it a labor of love, but it's been a lot of work as he's gone through the list trying to make this website as good as possible. He's done a fantastic job and continue to work very hard on that. So I'd be remiss if I didn't highlight those individuals. So as I mentioned, we're in phase 1 of this launch as we took everything from the previous website, forklifted that information and content and placed it in the new. As you can imagine, that leads to a lot of misalignments and links that don't work, some pages that should be there that aren't. There's just a lot of things on a step-by-step basis you have to go through. So our very first thing was one, to make sure that enrollment was ready to go, that we had all those things so we could have that seamless experience for our families, hopefully, as they went to enroll here. Shoot, that was just last week, wasn't it? That feels like several weeks ago, but that was last Monday. So as we go through the process of the website, we're trying to ensure that the design is intentional. It's not just trying to take what we had on the old one and putting it into a new format. We want to make sure that the information, that the essential information is easily accessible and immediately visible. So as you go to the district homepage and each of the individual building pages mirrors this layout, you have particular buttons to job openings, the foundation, enrollment information, board information, meal menus, whatever it is, where parents can see that immediately and get to where they need to go. We talk about our core values all the time. I know it's really big pictures, especially on the projector screen. We talk about our core values and the importance of a world-class staff and celebrating student success. And that was one of the points of emphasis for the site, is to ensure that we are personifying that within our website, that we have an opportunity to try to highlight some of these staff members and students right on the front page so we can make sure everybody knows when they visit the Spring Hill Schools website who we are and what we value. And then some of the nuts and bolts, making sure our latest events that is tied directly and synced with the Google Calendar that all buildings use as they enter those days throughout the year. Things should show up there pretty quickly. Our latest news, that we are making a concerted effort as we go throughout the year to make sure that this doesn't just stay the same 4 news stories repeatedly, because I know that can be a tendency to happen, especially on individual building pages as you get busy throughout the year. And again, shout out to Sam Bishop for making these various graphics. And then also having the live feed, which is kind of our own, it's basically like a social media Twitter feed, that a lot of these things are also mirrored on the school Twitter page and the various social media channels that we use. Another thing that we are attempting to do, and I know this is something that Chris in particular has been working a lot on, is trying to consolidate pages to maximize organization whenever possible. As we went from the previous website to this one, there are a lot of pages that maybe it's one topic and there's like 7 different pages or sub pages that have that information. We're trying to consolidate down to minimize clicks as people try to access the information that they need. So for example, like I said, it's a work in progress. We'll just look at the budget. You have this little plus sign here. These are all completely separate pages of the website. What we are attempting to do is obviously keep all this information, but trying to consolidate it into one page through accordion menus, different things, just to make it a little bit more accessible as people go through. There also has been an immense amount of back-end design work that's going to make succession planning and years down the line go much smoother. In the past, for example, we have multiple elementary schools, and each of their websites, the elementary handbook, was uploaded individually, separately, every single time. The same for middle school. So each year when you update that handbook, someone had to go in and update each of those websites one at a time. Same with the physical packet for the 3 middle schools. So you could have one school with an updated handbook and the other school maybe hasn't gotten there yet, and there wasn't that uniformity in some of the policies and the things that people could see. So what we can do with this website is create a few district pages that you can clone out certain elements to all the various sites at once. So now you only have to update the handbook one time in one place, and it's automatically done for everybody. And we can do it through the communications department to make sure it's done in a timely and accurate fashion. That also should help Billy as he goes through those Skyward enrollment links, where in the past he had to update those every year. knock on wood, because we are talking about technology in theory, those URLs should all stay the same on those links. So that should save some time on that end as well. We're also attempting to rewrite content on various pages into a conversation-friendly tone, making sure that you don't need a law degree to be able to access some of the information that we're trying to share, that there's not too much edu-speak. Now, of course, there are various legal policies and board policies that have to be in places word for word, and those are all still there. But when possible, if we can make things accessible, we're going to try to do so. I'll make mention here on the bottom right, because it's kind of cool. It's still been in place and it continues to be. The Spring Hills chat bot is still there. When people click on that in the bottom corner, that is our AI-powered chat bot that searches our website to answer the various questions that people have and direct them to the information. It syncs with the website every night, so as information gets updated, the AI is not pulling from old information. It's going from the latest things that it can find on the site. Any messages that are generated go to our info@USD230 email inbox. That's one way we were able to correct a few links as we went, from people putting in saying, hey, the supply list wasn't working. They put it in that, it comes to our inbox, and we could fix that very rapidly. It's also very helpful that there are a lot of advanced analytics that we can access on the back end of this AI. For example, they looked back to previous August of 2024, and we had 79 different questions regarding school hours, daily schedule, start times, school supply list, things like that, that we can use that information to anticipate what people are going to be looking for this August, as we plan on making a back to school page similar to the enrollment page that's there. So kind of a one-stop shop for parents as they get ready to send their kids back to school, because that date is rapidly approaching. Some of the other functionalities of Aptigee, which is the company that we selected for the website. We have started to use ThrillShare for some mass messaging and emails. That is how we can blanket post graphics and social media to Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and the live feed. We have begun the process of transitioning to Engage, which is the ability to send newsletters. That was the how we sent out the board meeting notice last week, is Rachel and I figured out how to send that, and apparently it worked, so that's good. But we can have everything branded. We can have the information that needs to be there. And then we also have analytics on that end as well, so we can see what people are clicking on, what are they opening, what's the success rate in email delivery, all of those things. So to end, some of the things to come, because it is, like I've said, a work in progress, and the updates are constant. There is a list of probably 80 to 90 different pages that I try to help the best I can, and the whole team does, but Chris is the one taking on the beyond lion's share of this work, of either little links or building pages that need to be redesigned. It could be a myriad of things, and there's no way to take shortcuts with it to do it correctly. You just have to take the time to whittle it down line by line. And we're in the process of doing that, trying to make sure that everything is accurate and all the pages go to where they're supposed to go. Pages are consolidated. And at the same time, there's some opportunities to redesign some pages and do some other things. So that is a constant work in progress. Aptigee, thankfully, provides a lot of the training for staff and for administration with ThrillShare and the various functionalities of the website. So as I work with building administration and trying to get some of those links and get times to give staff access to those presentations that Aptigee does themselves, and then obviously we'd be there to help support and answer questions as well. That training is on the way. We are going to be moving towards uniform school newsletters for the various buildings. I know that's something that has been a challenge in the past. I remember when Mrs. Niger shared with me last May, every school newsletter from every building, and I think it was like 8 different formats, one way or another. Engage works very, very well with that, where for one, we can also add some different content and things into everything, which will be beneficial. Like, for example, when we're going through the bond process, we would have that ability to thread some things through. It's branded, it looks good, and is very accessible to parents, and it goes to the same spot. So that is where we're moving towards. The refinement of the Spring Hill Schools app. That app does exist. It is out. It's branded Spring Hill Schools. We have been putting all of our efforts on the website, so that haven't done much with the app yet. If you go on that, you'll see the live feed that you see on the website. That's there. That's where the rooms functionality is housed. But I expect that to continue to become more robust as we move into further phases in this process. Once we get the actual content done, then we pivot to ensuring the accessibility is in place. Aptogee does a lot of that, making sure that all the pages are accessible via keyboard only, alt text for images, all those things that we're obligated to do. And then finally, the incorporation of rooms into the day-to-day use for our teachers and for our coaches. I believe it was talked about in the past to do kind of a rollout of rooms with coaches, potentially finding a program or two to maybe be a test subject to see how it works as early as this fall. And I look forward to working with administration and Mr. Freegon as we try to come up with the best ways to incorporate that, because there's a lot of functionality there as well. So I just spoke a whole lot, all in about one breath. Does anybody have any questions or anything that I can address for you?
As part of this, is the employee spring site being revamped?
In terms of a total redesign, that hasn't been something that's come up, at least in the week and a half. But no, in terms of redesign, I haven't heard.
So it's going to go on as is. Okay. I didn't know whether this was affecting it. And, just a feedback thing, when you click on the search and you're in, a specific school, the default is it searches the entire district.
Mm-hmm.
People do not enjoy that. So it would be great if that defaulted to search only the current site. If I'm on Forest Spring, I should only search Forest Spring. Let's help people. I realize that maybe that's further down on the list, but usability till we get the engagement and this pays dividends is really important. And it's kind of the same thing with the chat bot. When you go in there and you say in the chat bot, oh, give me the handbook. And then it goes out and returns you the high school handbook. That's really not helpful when you're not getting context to the site you're in. So if we can continue pushing on that, that would be great.
Sure. And that's a point very well taken. And I will share, we had that conversation with the Aptogee regarding the chatbot specifically. If there was a way it could direct the message to the specific school inbox from whence the actual request came. Their initial answer was no, it can't. But we've also gotten very good at being on the customer service line with Aptogee to try to get some of those things created. So I agree. That's something that'd be very important for them to get involved. I said, we're not afraid to get on some long phone calls with our reps.
Great.
Well, I maybe 91 or 92, depending on adding to your list. I would love, it looks like we've moved away from putting the pictures of our staff on the website, but I love that feature. I think that helps connect the community when parents are like, oh, what does this teacher look like or whatever. I love that. I use it myself. Is that a plan to bring back?
I think the first phases was people come in with the principal, assistant principal, or do you mean like in the staff directory?
Like in the directory.
Oh, I understand. With the staff directory, I think that's something that's synced through Skyward because all of the user lists are automatically through that. I would think, at least in other districts I've been that have utilized Aptogee, that's a straight connection.
Right.
When those.
I thought Frontline was going to become the home of all things employees.
Yeah.
Well, with the syncing with Frontline, the conversations we've had has been with Skyward. So I would have to research that and see. I'm sure.
Yeah, because that, and I know you're coming in here and it just, the better, faster, stronger was supposed to bring in the context, supposed to be able to sync things and keep them uploaded.
Mhm.
And just want to make sure we're really going down that road.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we can bring back these are just a couple of my critiques. The other, I actually utilized last week. I needed to call Nicole for something, and I don't know everyone's direct line. And so I go to the website and look her up, and it only lets you send an email and not even to her email address. So you don't know her phone number and you don't know her email address. You're sending a message into oblivion, hoping that it arrives. So of course, I just called here and had it transfer me and all that. But are we going to include everyone's direct line and email address and all that back in the directory as well?
Part of the design choices when this was first came, and this predated me, was to utilize that send message feature on the faculty list. That does go directly to their email inbox, but it doesn't allow vendors, outside businesses, others to get access to that staff email.
Scrubbers basically.
Yeah, it does, but does it allow the sender to put in their email, and do they get a record of that? So.
I'll say if you have something you want to add, Billy, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that one of the features
Yeah, I
that
just tested it.
FPG had is that send message feature, which is actually a great security feature to keep people from scraping email addresses off of our website, which is something we're dealing with every day, you know, phishing attempts and spoofing attempts and all that stuff. So it was a great feature. Other districts that use Aptigee use that feature as well. So we decided to implement that. The send message button does send an email to them and gives them the opportunity to reply or forward it on to the right person. Because sometimes you get, you know, something that wasn't meant for you. But
So when you say them, are you saying the employee, or are you saying the person wanting to send it? The staff member?
to the employee that you click send message to on the directory, it goes right to that employee.
So, right, so I'm on the website.
Yep.
And I say, hey, I want to send an email to Billy Terry. Or I want to send a message to Billy Terry. What do I get?
You get two boxes that say, what's your name, what's your email address, or three, and what's your message?
And so when you get the email, or I presume it's an email and they don't have to log into another thing.
Yep.
But I, as the sender, what receipt do I get that I initiated a communication?
I'm not sure
They don't.
They don't, and
not
that's
sure
kind of where I'm going. That's a problem.
That's it. And that might be something that I can ask Aptigee. That might be a feature that they can add back into that. Because I would agree, that's the benefit of an email, is you get the outbox message as well.
Yeah, because I get the security through obscurity, but we can't alienate our parents in the process, because we've just turned the corner in some places in improving communication. And now I emailed you, or I messaged you, or I can't email you, you got to use the website. That's a step backwards, in my opinion. I agree.
I don't disagree, other than that most messaging for parents can happen in Skyward as well.
Logging into Skyward's even worse.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I think they
That's a
need to do
step
their
back.
research, because it's commonplace these days that you check a box if you want a receipt email, basically to be CC'd on the email that you're sending. That's commonplace these days. And I'd almost put money on the fact that that you can add that function.
Yeah, they might have that.
Check the box.
Yeah, I'll check with that with our vendor tomorrow.
And I'm interested to hear how this year is going to go with parents, because without having direct lines to your teachers, the front desk will get more calls, I feel like. Or, hey, can you send me to so-and-so? Hey, I got a call, but I didn't know their number. I'm interested to see how that goes. And if the option to add email addresses and phone numbers again is if we feel like it didn't work.
And part of this process too is to seek out feedback from parents, from stakeholders, from staff, to see how things are going, not necessarily at the end of the year, but even as we go. So I agree, that's absolutely the type of feedback that we're looking for.
Also, one of the main selling points of this whole Aptigee and everything was the rooms feature, which will solve a lot of the problems, because you'll just have to be in an individual classroom with your teacher and direct one-to-one communication with them. just like messaging, just like instant.
But we're not doing that yet, if I remember correctly.
In process.
Yeah,
It's a big-
I get it. And I know I'm being hard, guys, and I'm sorry, but we can't take steps back again, I don't speak for the board. I only speak for John Chitwood. Being able to have that chain, like if it opened a ticket and was interactive and it went back just like I was opening a ticket, I could get on board, right? But now we're back to creating an environment of he said, she said, they said, we said, and it muddies up communication.
When did the email change where it wasn't listed on the site? Because I feel like that's not a new.
When we moved to Thrill Share,
It would have been July 1st.
So July,
Yeah,
just.
you could.
I've used that before. It's
just to point out also, again, I know John used one of my favorite terms, which is security through obscurity, but it's not only parents that have access to those. So you could get phishing attempts even from that send message, it's just, we're not
Yeah,
putting.
but here's the thing. We use a standard email format.
Sure.
I'm sorry. If we were issuing unique email IDs, I would agree,
Yeah.
but
Well, that's the difference.
between
Phishing and spear phishing. Spear phishing would be a targeted attack and you could guess what our email addresses were.
Yeah.
Whereas a lot of the cyber threat attackers, the cyber threat actors are just using databases or information that they scrape from websites, and the less information that's there is the better. And I get it. I know what you're saying. I'm a parent.
baby out with the bathwater. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I think my only worry is the in-between, right? The in-between July 1st and when rooms is up and going, and the lack of options for parents to communicate with their teachers and the staff. So if the plan is to not have rooms up and going by back to school night or whatever, making sure teachers are aware of that and that they let their parents know all the ways that they could, since this is kind of new, and that you can't just go to the website and find my email or find my phone number. Making sure we've prepared our teachers for that too, because what I don't want to do is have it be such a hardship on parents.
well, I just want to correct, because we can still send the email. You just can't see the email. So they can still reach out. Parents do have the way
Yes.
to send the message. They just don't know what the email address is, which hopefully once teachers start their start of year communications, I think they typically have included emails and phones and contact hours and that kind of stuff. So I feel like it's a good reminder to the staff to say, hey, it's not going to be public, so you do need to give it out. But I just don't want parents to be like, oh my gosh, I can't email my folks, because you can still get in touch.
And that's a point very well taken. And that communication to staff has already taken place, showing them what it looks like when they get a message from the website via ThrillShare, how to reply to it, how to open up that email inbox and send it back. But a message to the parents in order to show that's how you access it, and then getting that return.
This doesn't go to their regular email inbox?
No, it does.
Okay.
Yeah, it does.
Sorry.
It says in the subject line, a message from ThrillShare, and then it has who it's from. And I just wanted to make sure that they recognize that wasn't something to delete if they saw that.
One thing I will say also about sending an email through this way, I don't know if any of you guys have ever had this issue or not, but I've tried to just type in the email for a teacher that I wanted to email from my personal email account, and it goes straight into their spam folder, and they don't see it for days and days and days. So I actually prefer this, because if I know for sure it's going right into their inbox, that they're going to see it the day I send it. Because I feel like if I send an email to a teacher and they don't respond for a couple of days, I'm like, what happened?
Yeah.
And usually it's in their spam folder. So
That is a good point.
I actually like the click and it goes straight there. I feel like I don't really need a confirmation. I mean, a confirmation would be nice, but I feel like if the teacher reads it and they're going to respond promptly, then they got it. And then you would have their email, correct? Because they're replying back to you.
Absolutely.
So
No, that's all valuable
That's a
feedback.
great
Thank you.
That is a great point. That's happened to me too. And you think, what happened? But they didn't even know they'd received it. So that's a great thought.
I jumped on the feedback loop early on, and I'm not gonna pile on anymore, but I do want to say that the site looks great. And I can't wait to test out some of the other things that I know are coming once the school year starts, school menus, things along those lines. But the site looks amazing.
Doug will be the first to let you know if the school menu isn't working.
Hey, someone needs to.
Plans as days. Well, any other thoughts for Mr. Peavy? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to take a short break and we will be back at 7:30. We are back in session. And moving on to 11.05, our architect construction manager operations presentation on our bond project.
Yes, we have Mr. Williams here is going to have the architects as well as our general construction manager, and they're going to talk about just kind of some of the discussions and work that's been done since we received word on May the 13th that the bond had been successful, and the planning, and then some general big picture things. And I think Mr. Williams will also outline kind of what he foresees as maybe a monthly, every other month type pattern of what you can expect to get in terms of information. So, Mr. Williams?
Thank you. Good evening. Looking forward to our first of many bond project presentations starting this evening. Moving forward, I will be giving you guys a presentation monthly. Looking at the first board meeting of every month, I will have a bond process or discussion. When we start going into the construction process, you will start seeing pictures, timelines of things, and how things are going with that. We will continue to invite DLR and Newkirk Novak periodically throughout our board meetings, scheduled board meetings, to answer more specific questions you might have directly towards them, or get a little bit more into the design process of how the construction is going with that. This evening is going to be a very general presentation. We are very much in the design process for the additions at the 3 elementary schools. That is Spring Hill Elementary School, Timber Sage Elementary School, and Prairie Creek Elementary School. Each addition is roughly 5,500 square feet. Remember, this is for program enhancement and to get some programs out of on stage that could be in their cafeteria, connected classrooms with each other, and get those some home bases so they can actually run some of their programs with that. This evening, I'm very fortunate to have Robin O'Rourke. She's our lead architect from DLR here. She will be coming up and talking to you about the design process and working with the 3 elementary principals and getting some feedback from staff members that will be involved. And then we have Spencer Brown for Newkirk Novak. He will be our construction overseer. Once we start turning dirt, Spencer will be the one that'll be overseeing all of our projects and talking to us. And he will give you just kind of a general timeline to some things and where we're at with the process and when to expecting some of these things. So at this time, I'm going to invite Robin O'Rourke. She's our lead architect for DLR to talk about the design process so far.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Robin with DLR Group. I'm an architect. And as Mark said, we are in the schematic design phase of these projects. Again, these additions are roughly approximately 5,500 square feet, and they're what we would call elective additions. So they're going to hopefully free up space in some of those general core classrooms. We have met with the building principals at each of the schools, along with Mark and his staff. So we've had district administration along every step of the way. We've toured the existing buildings to look at their existing spaces. And then we knew that we were getting close to the end of the school year. So we asked those teachers that were involved with the new spaces to fill out questionnaires so that we could get their design input before they left for summer break. So that way we could keep moving along with our design. Again, the plans have approximately, depending on which school we're talking about, 4 classrooms, special ed, art, STEM, computer lab, as well as some smaller classrooms for reading and math intervention. And so again, those are freeing up some of those existing core classroom spaces. We reviewed the plans with the principals and with Mark and his staff. And so the construction manager, Newkirk Novak, is working on some preliminary estimating right now. And so we're hopeful that within the next month, we can come to you with some plans and a budget. So that's where we are. Any questions?
Okay, can you repeat that? The piece where you said what you had come out of with the questionnaires, and you said they were going to be utilized for.
So the design questionnaires are so we could get feedback from those teachers, like specifically what they need in their room, whether they need a sink or casework, or whether they want carpet or hard surface, just things like that.
And you had said that we were going to utilize them for interventionist areas. Is that what I heard?
Math and reading intervention
our new
on Timber Sage and Prairie Creek. Yep.
And that will open up which spaces, what,
So right now, they're actually on the stage.
They're on the stage for their stuff. What we're gonna do, I have a meeting with the 3 elementary principals at the end of this week when they're back on contract, to have them look at the designs one more time and visiting with, Dr. Robinson and Dr. Luttrell. We're gonna take one of their existing floor maps and show you where the new addition's going out and then what that's gonna free up in the existing buildings, so you have an idea. But right now, we're finding a lot of these electives or special classes are held on stage or in general ed classrooms, so we can free up some general ed classrooms with that. But right now, the interventionists don't have their own designated space for this.
okay, I want to make sure as we go down this path, before we get too far, our promise to our taxpayers was that we were adding seats for extra students, but this sounds like we're just shifting.
We are putting the programs that have no home into a home. And that will free up some other spaces within our already existing building to help add the seats for our taxpayers.
Okay, I want to make sure I hear what you say. You're taking areas that don't have a home to a home and then utilizing those homes, but they weren't there for core classes. I'm confused.
Yeah, yes. And so right now, a lot of those programs are either taking place up on stage or in a general ed classroom combined with 2 teachers in there at once. So what we're going to be able to do is by our addition, we are taking those programs that don't have a classroom or a home, giving them a home. And then what I'm going to be able to show you with on our next map at the next meeting or whenever we get to it. Like I said, I want the principals to do it with me and they come back in this week, be able to highlight, this is what's going to free up in their existing building to help with the additional seats.
I want to, Mark, in the spirit of just getting out in front of everything, I kind of want to pile on here because Robin, if I heard correctly, said, and I've seen it firsthand in Prairie Creek, right, when I'm volunteering there, that, art moves around depending upon an open classroom in whatever pod, and STEM moves around. And I've seen the interventionists doing the same thing. And I think the expectation is that we were going to add another pod that had the common area, the 4 classrooms. And Robin, you said something about STEM, art, and then smaller workspaces. And I think that's where we're kind of getting, and just hear me out, Mark, because the addition of the pod is not only to address current needs, but it's also to address the growing needs of student body. And I think any deviation from just adding another 4 classroom pod is going to get us sideways at some point down the road. It's certainly going to get us sideways with what was presented and feedback provided by the community on adding these pods. Fair?
I'm going to be the third on it, which is, and I get where you're going, Mark, so I don't think I'm coming after you, but we do have to reconcile, we had no space and now we're creating new space. And so now we're using
it for.
But now we're using what was no space. It logically doesn't flow. And so at the end of the day, I think I get the idea that hopefully the stage was the exception and not the rule. And this will become more clear. But if it does not become more clear in the idea that we have created, and I think the capacity was somewhere 150 a building. Is that the number? Somewhere around there? 100 to on the elementary?
Yeah.
1 to 120.
Yeah, it depends on whether it was a 4 or 5 pod.
Yep.
And those are questions, right? But if it's not classroom usable space, I'm in concurrence that's not what we sold.
Yeah, I think that as much as I appreciate that we need input and feedback from our schools, we definitely do. But I think just relocating, if that was the plan, was to build more space, so current programs that aren't core classrooms, that's how we should have presented this bond to our taxpayers. But it wasn't. It was that we were preparing for growth and overcapacity schools as it is. So I'm hoping to see with your plans that we're adding those classrooms and maybe resituating. But if I'm hoping that that's gonna become very,
I'm a visual person, so I'm hoping to be able to visualize it myself when they come back and we can draw it out on the map and see the open spaces and what's going where and all that stuff. And so I will have that ready to go for you guys for presentation also too, to look at.
okay, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm just going to tag on this just to be really frank about it, which is I personally would like the board to be brought in sooner rather than later, because if we get to if we don't approve this next Thursday, it's never going to get built, I will be a very unhappy Chitwood.
Well, and that's what I meant by getting out in front of it. And we're certainly not, the intent here is not to be critical of anyone, right? And I think I prefaced that with, we just want to get out in front.
Yeah.
Right. And so John said it. We don't want to be backed into a corner.
Yeah.
And we certainly don't want our timelines to have to move because there's a direction that's been taken here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
And I'd be open to feedback from any board member anytime. I know waiting for board meetings is like every 2 weeks, sometimes a 3-week progress, and sometimes we need more. So please feel free. I'll be glad to sit down with any board members that want to. I know we need to watch our numbers at one certain time to get feedback, to answer questions, to get presentations and say, this is where we're at with this process. And then we can come back to a board meeting with a more formal presentation for the community to be able to listen in on with that. So I have no problem with that. Robin is doing a very good job. She communicates with me probably on a daily basis. She probably hears from me more than probably she wants to do with that. I know Spencer will do the same thing. Once we get into the construction process, they're kind of more taking a back seat and leaving us alone right now through the design process. But no, we don't want to come to you with a presentation of the design that's not what was envisioned and what was communicated to our patrons when we went to the bond. And so let me work on what's next. I will talk to Dr. Luttrell and I'll be glad to get that out to you guys and visit with you guys when it comes to that.
And I would love to make a suggestion. As you have some of these prelim meetings and conversations, invite a few of these people that are extremely interested.
Sure.
And however that needs to go, personally invite them if you'd like. Go through Rachel, whatever that
Sure.
looks like.
Okay.
But honestly, I think that's step one is then we can learn about it as it's happening
Yep.
and not.
Well, then we can use a work session every other month or whatever to go through.
Yeah.
This.
So they're filling up quick, sir. We're gonna have to add more.
Well, and we,
No, wait, no, I didn't, no, don't have more.
we did discuss a little bit about maybe doing some committees for different things. Maybe this is something we,
That
No.
committee was not the right word.
no,
What
What's
was
the
it?
word?
Advisory.
Might want to
Advisory.
some
Task force.
Task force.
meetings.
I don't know, whatever we want to name it, but we did talk maybe about, I don't know if this is something that might warrant something.
Absolutely.
A couple
Couple
key,
people that
yeah,
stay
couple
on.
just,
Absolutely. Be glad to.
Well, and just as we're not being critical of you
Yeah,
guys
no.
tonight, we're certainly not being critical of the staff that provided their input, right?
Yeah.
Because they've got their feet on the ground, their front line. And then obviously you, Robin, you've got, I would imagine, expansive experience in education specifically, right? Education buildings, learning centers. And so my thought is, when you do present something that might be a deviation, make your case, right? And base it on best practices or something like that. And really make your case, not only to us, but to the community at large, if there is a deviation.
And I think the thing we have to remember is right now, this minute, we don't have 150 students standing outside looking for a classroom, right? That's just not the case tomorrow. So maybe it's a growth, it's a progression. We get the interventionist into a spot today, but now in 2 years, we know we're going to have those 150 students that do need that seat.
Right.
And so maybe some of that can help, that today these students need this space. We do understand it's for growth. We just don't have 150 students all at once, please, Lord. But hopefully, we know they're coming. We just know they're not here today.
And outside of Timber Sage, because I do think Timber Sage was slated to be over capacity this fall.
Capacity, but not 150
Very true, very true.
or 120, whatever the magic number.
I do have a question for Robin on the G802, both or all three of those AIA docs. It's the same dollar amount for all of them, but at Spring Hill Elementary, we have additional work. Are you guys not going to be involved in any of that?
That's the demolition of the existing building.
Well, I'm talking about the roof and HVAC and all that. Are we
Oh,
gonna have
those are,
architecture
those
fees?
will be in another amendment because that's a separate project.
Okay.
Um,
And whereas you guys are guesstimating all three of these buildings are going to cost the same amount.
yeah, we took that 15 million and
So, okay. That's with site work all in from the ground up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Working with Robin, our estimator is working on budgets right now, based off of kind of preliminary square footage, with these buildings. That's kind of our budget that we've put together for all three.
So when will we see something for the HVAC and the roofs in Spring Hill Middle and Spring Hill Elementary?
so those are coming next. And we're working on the HVAC right now. There's a couple nuances that we're working through with the whole team here. So that will be the next one up.
I
And
think
then
that's our big priority right now is to get those
Yeah.
dry, warm and cool.
Well, and that's where I'm gonna go, which is, and I'm sorry if I'm coming across frustrated, but we have no concept of what the project plan is. We have no concept, maybe other people do, of what the scope is, of what anything. And for first thing is, hey, we want money. It's just like, we got to get brought along for the ride. That was me saying, I'd like to see a project plan.
And we know you guys are still in the planning stages, but right now you should have a rough breakout of semi timeframes for when things are going to happen, I would assume.
Yeah, and I can speak to that.
Okay.
So for the three additions, right now, obviously, we're in estimating right now. We would be looking to bid those out this fall and start before the new year and then be completed by fall of 26. The CTE building and the high school addition, we would look to bid those out spring of 26. The CTE would start right after we were able to bid those out, would be done fall of 27. The high school addition would start a little bit after the CTE building and be done of fall of 27 as well.
Great. Can you put that on paper?
Yep.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I'm being short because we asked these questions leading into this whole process of when are we going to find out? When are we going to get this information? And it was, you'll get it, you'll get it, you'll get it. And again, I get back to, oh, now we want these addendums and there's zero information.
So I can appreciate that, John, but I also want to say that I personally have asked them to come with information, and I think that's what they're doing. And maybe it's not at the full point, but I think that they're sharing it, and some of these requests can come as we go. So I think I appreciate that you guys bringing us information early.
And where do the HVAC and the roof fit in for the?
So right now, we're still in discussion because we're looking at our budget and what we can afford and where we're going to go with that. I would imagine we would be coming to you within a time frame and a plan of when this is all going to take place, probably within the next couple board meetings. We're getting some pricing of some units currently right now to help us out with some of those things. I'm hoping to receive those estimates at the end of this week and then have my conversation with Dr. Luttrell so he's aware of what we're looking at when it comes to HVAC.
Is that something that, do we think we'll have that taken care of by next spring, next summer?
We are hoping for, and we need to prioritize what school is probably the most important right now, whether Spring Hill Elementary or Spring Hill Middle School. Hoping to have one of those on the time frame to where it is late spring, summer, ready to go and getting fixed and coincide with the roof repairs at the same replacement at the same time.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Other questions or thoughts? Okay. Thank you guys for coming tonight. Thank you very much. Hold on, Mr. Williams, I am so sorry. These needing signed? And I feel like I keep asking this,
We'll
but
have to sign them at some point.
are you wanting, because we'll have to approve this, so,
You'll need to approve it. I think I wrote down at the next meeting, hopefully. I think they're still being reviewed by Greg Goheen, and we haven't heard back
Okay.
from Mr. Goheen yet.
Are you gonna be able to have that project plan
Yes,
or
sir.
the plan of the plan before you
Yes, sir.
ask for a vote? That would be great.
wonderful. Okay, moving on then. Something very exciting. Board policy recommendations. Dr. Robinson.
Look at that, he's already got it ready to go. I wanted to clarify a couple things before I start. We've got kind of two policy reviews going on. What you're seeing tonight is the annual recommendations from KSB that are statutorily driven. They typically provide them in December and January. We're looking at about 20 policies that are either being revised or added. We still have our bigger policy review that needs to come back to the board. There, we're looking at about 240 of our policies that are looking at some kind of change. So I just want to differentiate that what you're seeing tonight are the annual updates from statute rather than the bigger piece. And we'll come back to you within the next couple of weeks with a clear plan as to how to tackle that bigger chunk.
But our bigger reviews made its way back to you now, correct?
Yeah, we have it all.
Okay.
It's just a matter of working with board leadership on what the best way will be to tackle that piece. So I will hit these very quickly. What I would ask is that if there are some that we need to come back and spend more time on, or if we need to get clarification from Mr. Goheen, to let me know. But I will run through the highlights and try not to put you to sleep. But there's been some talk already tonight about board committees, board subcommittees. One of the big pieces right now is any subcommittee of the board that's changed in statute this year falls under Open Meetings Act. And so this policy is to provide that clarification. I'd encourage you to really look at it because I think some of the things the board is talking about having task forces and others do, very positive for our district. But with the policy change will impact how we notice those, how we provide minutes. One good example is negotiations. We'll watch for more clarification, but technically with it being a subgroup of the board as part of the negotiation process, we'll have to provide notice, keep minutes, all of those kind of things as we meet, which is something we've done in the past, but not as formally as this policy will require us to.
Does that go beyond quorum then? I mean, it's either individual?
Yeah.
Two board members?
Yeah, and it may be worth this, it may actually, several of these tie to Kansas Open Records Act and Kansas Open Meetings Act, and that may be something worth asking Mr. Goheen to come and provide a little bit more guidance on the updates that have been made to that. Because the changes that were made by Kansas legislators will impact multiple areas. But really what you'll get into is if you have a subgroup, we'll still be following a lot of the same procedures you would follow in a regular board meeting. And it just becomes the majority of that group, if I understood correctly. But I would want him to provide more context for the board.
Well, because it sounds like a lot of it's phrasing. So if we volunteered to be somewhere, that's not really a subcommittee.
So part of it,
I think we can have a working session on it because, you know, part of it is that some board members might choose to give feedback individually, and supporting that feedback and discussion does not a committee make and a law violate. There's discussion to be had around it, but like you bring up the negotiation team, which is we'll have to call executive session because that's the meeting minutes are going to be, these people showed up, an executive session initiated, the meeting ended, right?
Yeah,
So,
and understand the changes there are going to impact every district across the state.
yeah.
So I'm expecting we're going to see more guidance from several groups in relation to how to manage the new statutory changes within those processes. But that would be one worth taking a better look at. Policy CN, public records, really add some clarification to what fees can be charged. It adds redacting, which is sounds like a small piece that you can charge for, but nearly every request we receive, there is some portion of it that is likely protected. And that's a piece that often is debated. It also puts some expectations on us to try to mitigate the cost for core and coma requests. Policy DFAC, there were changes to the federal uniform grant guidance. Really to our policy, this policy, it's a pretty minor change. It's really about the whistleblower policy procedures and a real clear guidance that if we're aware of fraudulent activity or that a crime has occurred, how we'll disclose that information, who will report it to. Along with DFAC, we have had a set of forms that are also recommended for review by the board that are really about how we draw down, how we procure things that are under federal funds, how we utilize federal funds. These are things that I know Mr. Schwinn was using in the background. I really believe they should be part of our board law library and something that's reviewed on a regular basis just to make sure we're using the most up to date. So I've included them as part of this recommendation for the board to take a better look at as well.
Yeah, and that's one of my questions again on the simplicity is this where we can just have board policy and say we comply with DFAC version 2024 dot whatever and just make that statement, or are you saying?
I am comfortable with that if the board's comfortable with that.
Okay.
I wanted to put them out here because I don't know that they've been reviewed publicly by the board previously. And so if that's the direction you want to go, I'm happy with that. I just want to make sure the guidance that we're providing to Nathan and his team have been reviewed by the board as well.
You know, my personal feeling is unless there's a specific statutory requirement for specific call outs, it is in our best interest to just, whenever the new version comes out, you let us know and we update the version and approve it instead of trying to make annotations all over the place.
Okay.
That's my personal preference.
Keeping things moving, and please stop me if I'm going too fast or not making sense on something. DFE investment of funds really provides a little bit more transparency to if we have funds that we're investing or intending to invest, how we will notice banking and other entities that we have funds that are being invested, and they're able to then submit a proposal as to how they would manage those funds, what the interest rates would be, those kind of things. If I remember right, this is one I haven't reviewed as much, but it also is subject to House Bill 2152, which is a newly passed Kansas legislation. GAACB would be a new policy for us and probably for nearly every district across the state. In the spring, the Kansas Municipal Employee Whistleblower Act was approved. This policy would essentially put the guidelines in place from that law into our policy. It is also a policy that we are required to post for all employees so that they know that the protections exist, who to contact if they have a concern. I'm going to skip IB School Site Council and come back to it because it's one I'd like to have some discussion with the board. IDACA would also be a new one. One of the things you're seeing across the state with open enrollment is some confusion as to specifically what the district's responsibility is in relation to special education services. This policy is there to address that we're responsible providing a free and appropriate public education for students who are enrolled within our district. So once we enroll them, we're responsible for providing them services. But it's providing some clarification. We get a number of calls every year from people looking to enroll, and it's a positive for the Spring Hill schools, but one of the pieces that they are very interested in is our special education program. And I have no doubt that Mrs. Weber will do, or Dr. Weber will do a nice job of keeping it that way. But this policy would provide some clarification to that. The next two go hand in hand. There was House Bill 2102 specifically addressed the enrollment of military students. It took away the requirement that military students who are being placed at a base or facility within Kansas would have to show residency before they can enroll. The one exception to that, and we will fall under that, is if we do not have any open seats, they would have to show residency before they could enroll. That's JBCD, which is a new policy that would address those requirements. The only thing in JBC is a reference that for any military enrollment, please see JBCD. So not a significant change there. That might be the easiest one to discuss all night long. JGFGAA, you heard our nurses about a month and a half ago talk about their desire to be able to keep some epinephrine and albuterol in stock as needed. This policy outlines both the procedures that would need to be in place for that to occur, as well as the limitations. It clearly clarifies that it's not our nurses. They're not diagnosing. That's not their role. This is strictly there in an emergency perspective, but it goes through the storage requirements, what they would have to have in the way of training. Any questions about any of those? I feel like I'm running through them very quickly, but stop me if I. JGFGB, supervision of medications. I think the biggest change, I was trying to look, I think the biggest change with this one, there were several requests, not in Spring Hill, but in other places, requests for school nurses to administer or manage drugs that may not be legal in the state of Kansas. This clarifies that we wouldn't be asking our nurses to supervise those things. I think the only exception in the policy is if there was a need to coordinate specifically for the student to be able to come to school, that we would work with parents. And I'm happy to provide more information on that one in Dr. Luttrell's update.
I was going to say, I feel like we really addressed this in the handbooks.
So they're getting into some specific treatments, if I remember right, and I don't want to speak out of turn. So this might be a good one for me to provide some additional information to the board, but I do think it would be a necessary policy for us to consider.
Okay.
JH student activities. We've seen an expansion over the last couple of years of students that are in virtual schools, home schools, private schools who want to participate in public school sports and activities. Our policy already allows that. What this is saying is if we're holding a ceremony or event related to those activities, pep rally would be a good example. If we're allowing a student to play football, that if we're holding a pep rally, that we would also allow that student, even though they may be in a private school or homeschool, that we're allowing them to participate in the activities that go along with those activities. KBC, media relations. This is kind of an interesting one. Making sure I'm not confusing the two. This one outlines, so as live stream has expanded, this is essentially letting our public know that there are places that we would be live streaming if it's a KSHA event, that we would follow any KSHA guidelines, and also putting a little bit more clarification to board meetings. One of the changes within statute is if the board is choosing to live stream a board meeting, that you would live stream the entire meeting and not just parts of it. I think this was specifically because you had some places that were choosing not to stream public participation. Obviously here we've streamed our meetings from start to finish, so I don't think that's an issue. But the policy would align with state statute. KGB, this is also a policy that we have that discusses concealed recording. There are several exceptions to this on the district side, and concealed is probably the wrong word, but we have video recording in all of our facilities for security purposes. That's already noted in our policy. We also are required by law to record any disciplinary proceedings, due process, those kind of things. This adds the live streaming of board meetings to our policy, and just notes again that anyone in here could be on the live stream as it's being recorded. Mrs. Mealy, you look like you have a question.
So this policy is already in.
We already have the policy. The only change is to add the live streaming of board meetings to it. KM visitors to school. Essentially, the short version would allow off-duty police officers who make us aware that that's their role. They would be able to, if I remember right, they would be able to possess a firearm on school property just like an officer would. They're also not required to sign in and provide address and other personal information that might identify them to somebody else. This is a change due to House Bill 2052 and just making sure that our policy, we already have the policy. This would just specifically be adding wording to address off-duty law enforcement officers. Any questions about any of those before I circle back to site councils?
I have a question on that one. How does the staff know they're an officer?
They would have to let staff, according to the policy and statute, they would have to identify themselves to staff.
Yeah, but we're going to have to enumerate, we're going to require, I don't know, I'm looking over there. You get some kind of credentialed from JOCO. We're going to have a template of, it should look like, is it your cleat certification or is it an employee thing? Yeah. Yeah, but it's looking for key components of, you're a sworn officer, but being a sworn officer is different than being a corrections officer. This doesn't mean corrections officers. And this is a question for Greg Goheen, but providing clarity that just showing up with a piece of tin, that's not identification, right?
Right. Yeah.
Is that your point?
Yeah. I don't want somebody feeling like they're an officer that day with a weapon in their pocket, just being like, hey, I'm an officer. You can't ask me any more questions. So I'm just curious what that means.
Yeah.
I don't have a good answer for you. I'll talk with Mr. Goheen and get some guidance. And then if we need to, we can develop procedures internally to be able to address it.
Yeah, I would guess our office staff would need that.
Yeah.
Like, what does that even mean?
They will ask for it, I'm sure.
Right. And what can they ask and what can they validate so they don't have to ask the wrong questions?
Absolutely. The only other piece that, and this was mentioned very early in this meeting, there's a recommended change to site council procedures. Currently, the way our board policy reads is that building principals will recommend members for site council and the board will approve them. The recommendation that is coming tonight would be to move that from being a board function to an administrative function. And for that recommendation to go to Dr. Luttrell and for him to approve, or whoever the superintendent is to approve the members of site council. The biggest reason for that is they have, my understanding from statute, and we've reached out to Mr. Goheen for clarification on this already, is that they have increased the requirements where not only will our site councils, we were already somewhat treating them as an open meeting, but the notice of meeting that we do for a board meeting, we would need to do for site councils as well. We would just need to formalize a lot of our processes. If it stays as a board function, if it moves to an administrative function, it probably protects our schools and our current site councils a little bit. I can see both sides to this one. And that's why I think it would be worth some board discussion.
When have we approved the people on the site council?
We did always.
No. We approved who? was-
No, we always approve the people. We absolutely do.
Everybody that's on that.
We sure do.
I don't remember ever doing it.
It's in the consent agenda.
It is. It's in there and it's listed, everyone who's on there. We've always done that.
But so the questions I would have in that is, then does that make it, because if we're kind of exceeding the public record basis by being like, hey, world, my mic's not on. Hey, world, not that anybody noticed. These are the people doing this thing. It's a proactive push to the world.
Say, isn't that just kind of acknowledging who's on it?
Yeah, but this other thing going the other direction is it'll just exist in somebody's drawer until somebody comes and does a FOIA or a sunshine for it. And maybe that's wrong and we need clarity and.
You're having some of the same conversations we've had in the office. I think our intention right now would not be to change. Like, we currently expect our buildings to provide minutes back to the clerk of the board. Right now, our notice is probably more letting the public know meeting dates. But if a building makes a change to their meeting, things like that, it's probably communicated to members of the site council, but not. So there's some things we would definitely need to tighten up, but as far as making changes to our expectations, if the board chooses to make this an administrative function, it's still our intention to have them keep minutes and do all those things as you were speaking to. I think the question is, do we provide any protection to our buildings and our site councils by making it administrative versus a board function?
And the protection being not letting the world know when something's going on.
That's not what I'm getting at. It's
Well,
a matter of the.
That's what I heard.
It's a matter of the open records request and the time consuming piece that could mean for a building and trying to track down all of that information.
Okay, I'm gonna need some more clarity.
So,
We don't
yeah.
have to do it here now.
I feel like we're going the wrong direction with this one if we just pull it back and it's administrative. I think the thought of site council meetings was that this was open to the public, that anyone could join. This is what's going on within each building, and that's what that statute for site council means. And now they're clarifying it and saying, hey, actually, you have to follow the Open Meetings Act and do all the rules. And by us saying, oh, wait, we found a loophole and we're going to go this way, isn't the way I would like to go. I'd like to actually clarify the policy, and follow it and say, you're right, cool, great, let's follow this process. We'll notify everyone. Here's the people on it. You want to join, easy. That is how I would love to see it, because site council meetings are a great avenue for our parents and our teachers and our community to get involved and to know what's going on in the schools. So to pull it the other way, I know we hope it doesn't change any of that and what's actually happening, but it probably will. Just because how many people have you talked to and they're like, what's a site council? How do I get on that site council? What do I do? And we're not even not notifying, you know what I mean? It's not.
But I guess technically the way your procedures are currently, if somebody wants to join, that recommendation would need to come back to the board for approval. So they wouldn't be able to just openly seek that out. Correct? I mean,
That if we're approving it, then we have to approve each member. So you can't have somebody come in
I think that's a
in
great,
February and go, hey, I want to be on site.
I think
council."
that's a great point, but that just means you're a voting member because it's an open meeting. So anyone could actually be there.
Well,
But it would remain an open meeting regardless. It still would. That wouldn't change.
I'm in an effort to understand your position having said that, no, and I'm not trying to just kind of,
I don't know that this is one that I really have a position on, I guess.
okay.
I can see a benefit to our schools of keeping them out of some of what goes on with open records requests. And there being a benefit to that and keeping them focused on educating of students. I don't believe, this is just my 2 cents. I don't believe that the records requests are going to come for building level site councils are going to come from our regular community members. I think they're going to come from outside groups. And we're going to send staff in building, yes, chasing documents that they probably should have, but it's still going to be a time piece for building office staff, for building principals away from students, which is something I'm always going to try to protect. So can I live with it either way? Yes, I can, but I do see a benefit to protecting our students.
Well, and I've got to go down the road of how we get there because this is a statutorily required meeting that has to happen. So when visibility goes away, I start to get a little, and so, like I said, I'll dig into it more and see if I can come up with a better opinion than just a knee-jerk reaction.
Well, and as I said early on, it may be worth seeing if Mr. Goheen is available for the next meeting to come talk open meetings and open records before you take any action on policies. And for him to be able to provide a little bit more of the legal clarification.
Rachel, can you tell me how many open records requests you've received in 2025?
I can look into it and let you know. I don't have it off the top of my head.
Okay. Can you give us a round number? Is it a 50, 100, 20?
It's
Daily, weekly?
it's picked up quite a bit. A rough number would probably be 25 since January.
25.
So that's weekly.
That's one a week. Is it in the groups of people? Is it individuals or is it community members? Do we know? Are we able to know? Like if we're
I mean,
categorized?
you can request things anonymously.
You can. How do they get you the information then?
Well, you come in and ask for a record and they say it'll be ready on Tuesday and you come back and pick it back up.
And she can probably provide more clarification. I know we have some individual community members who've requested specific things. I think one of the pieces that it's kind of concerning is I think we're seeing more groups that are requesting larger access because they're building, like, I don't think their intention is to do any harm to a school district, but they're building their own spreadsheets of vendors and costs and things like that, which can be really time consuming for our business office. So I think we've seen more of those in recent weeks than individual citizens requesting information.
And nobody's requested anything about site councils yet?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I hear you, but I'll actually go down the other road, which is if we just made the information available and people come in and said, hey, I want to know what you spent on Tuesday. You go, there you go. It's
No, they
self-help.
don't want to know that. They want to know from 2016 until now, all of your expenditures.
I want to know that too, but I've been nice enough not to do it.
I guess I'm just providing, and I think we've seen an increase in those because I think you're seeing them build they're building their price inventory that they're then going to turn around and sell to somebody else. But I think the original intent of Open Records Act, my opinion, again, was that it was there for your local citizens to be able to stay informed of what's going on in local government. And I'm not sure that that's how it's being utilized currently. Whether that means we change our policy or not, I think is up to you all. But my recommendation would be to reach out to our legal counsel and have them provide more.
Yeah.
Get an explanation of what that entails.
And I think there's a larger conversation to be had in there because there's a difference between a public records request and a request for analysis. Right? They're not one and the same thing. And so I think
we might have to have
So
an official record keeper at each site council. is essentially what
Well,
that
I
is.
think we we designated Rachel.
No, I'm saying
Oh.
that would then take that the same way she's doing for our meeting.
Each one, I think already
Right.
does. I think it's already required that there's a.
So if they're
secretary.
picking that up to Rachel, then we should be following that anyway.
Site councils are already.
I mean, is
expected
that
to
happening
be
or is it
in
not?
meetings.
It's okay, say it out loud.
It happened. They do their best.
So we need to enforce that to be, and then we should be okay. Now we'll have to see what Greg says.
Yeah, so the plan is to have a work session. Dr. Robinson has shared that there's like 200 and some new policies coming or updated policies.
Okay, I have one request on that. You got to give them names. It can't be X, Y, B, C. I will.
Right now, they're not even red lines, so we're working on that piece.
You got to be creative on the front side of that.
Here's the other part I would say with these policies. These are all because of statutory changes. If there's an issue between now and the board taking action, statute is going to trump our policy. And I guess I only want to provide that clarification because yes, we don't want to leave these hanging out for months, but I think taking the time to get them right is important as well. So I don't know, that'll be something depending on when Mr. Goheen is available, whether these are on the next agenda for approval or whether we hold them for an early August and let him provide some clarification. I'd really like for him to be able to speak to a few of those things before we ask for you to take any action.
So when you state that these are all statutorily required, that's not necessarily true because the one we just talked about, site councils, it's kind of can go either way and we decide. So that's not, the ones that you provided aren't.
Oh, yes, my clarification is the only ones that we brought forward to you are because there was either a statute or a legal change. So the change to the Open Records Act would have been the reason for us bringing it forward now.
Yes, but it doesn't mean we have to, as long as we don't have to change the policy, we can change the process and it would be fine. So that's kind of, keep that in mind as you look at these and think it through. It's not necessarily always we have to change these because of statute. A statute changed, and this is our opportunity to decide whether this policy that's been recommended by KSB is the right route to go. The other thing, and my thought was as we dice these up, original thought was we would kind of go through them all kind of together, like all the A's or all the B's or whatever, so we could kind of see they'd be grouped. This is one of the example. I struggled with it because I thought we'd make a decision on this one, but then later in the same category, we'd make another decision they would cross. So here's one of those things that we know we have updates to do. The JGGA, and you're asking us to update this. And it's basically saying that anyone videoing within the school on our property or anything that's prohibited. So everyone that's videoing their child's music, anyone that's videoing anything happening in their classroom, like that's all prohibited and they'd be going against our policy. So those are some of the things that if we would approve these and then we go back and we're like, wait a minute, is that really what's happening in practice? It's just like we're touching them multiple times to really get to what we want to get to. So I think those are things to think about. Anyone have thoughts on whether we want to bring this back to vote on these, or do we hold them for a work session?
I think we need to talk to Greg.
I think we need to talk to Greg and have a work session.
Yeah.
Because I hear you that we need to take action, but again, state law is supreme to board policy. So getting it right is a little more important to me because like there's municipalities out there that just have blatantly unconstitutional laws just because they want to. And people run around and enforce them because they want to. I genuinely want to get things right. I think everybody else does. I wasn't digging at anybody.
Well,
So-
I mean, I try to get it right sometimes at least,
I-
but, we're not really out of compliance on anything.
And even if we were.
We are.
Yeah, a lot of these are already into effect, either July 1, as far as the statutes are concerned. So
So regardless of what board
that's the
policy
part
is,
where if you wait for an August or September, like dragging them too far to a work session, you are gonna be way out of compliance with federal law.
But statute would supersede whatever our board policy is.
Absolutely.
When did
So
you
it doesn't
receive all
really.
these?
What's that?
When did you receive all these?
The second week of June.
So we've had one meeting or two meetings,
And I was,
and you needed time, and
Yeah.
I'm not.
I was also hoping for feedback from legal counsel, so.
Yeah. So this is just pointing out, I hear what you're saying, that we're out of compliance, but this is another example of something needs to be done right now. And I personally want to give consideration.
And like you said, the statute does supersede our policies, so there we are. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. We know this is the most exciting part of the meeting right there. Okay, moving on, 11.07 KSB conference.
The registration for that opened up last week, and I think Mrs. Henderson may have some information on that to share, and about if the timelines for letting us know if you will be attending or not. So Rachel.
I registered everyone for the conference. You should have received a confirmation email. If you have not, please let me know. And Mrs. Milius, I believe, booked the hotels for everyone.
Yes, I booked hotels for everybody. So we have hotels Friday to Sunday, depending on if and when they've changed the format of the conference this year. So if and when we decide we want to do some sort of team building sort of thing for all of us,
Okay.
Thursday could be added. So we could go from there.
I don't see that I got an invitation to.
You didn't receive confirmation?
No. I
Okay.
didn't either. Not that I can see in my email, but that doesn't mean anything.
I remember getting one the other day.
It would have been on Friday. So there was a hiccup with KSB. They actually sent confirmations last Tuesday, which were not correct because registration actually opened on Friday. So you should have received a confirmation again on Friday.
I hate the new.
Yes.
Yeah.
It had all kinds of links in there.
It came from like a weird though, like, did it come from Pinpoint? or
Pinpoint,
something?
yeah.
Pinpoint, that good call. Yes.
Yeah, I didn't get one.
Would have been between.
You're gonna want to look in your email around July 11th at 10:38 a.m.
I also
was
got
Friday,
mine to
right?
my personal email, not my school email. So that.
Okay, I'll look into Anna and.
Yeah,
Chris.
I don't, I was just, I don't always see what I get either.
Okay. Perfect. So exciting stuff. Everyone's going, it sounds like, which will be exciting. Okay. Any other thoughts on KSB? I wonder if April or Anna would want to take on the team building activity.
I will let Anna handle it.
Oh, dang it.
I think it could just be adventurous walking next to the river at night. That could be team building.
That is not the activity in Wichita that I want to do. But I'm happy to help. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Awesome. Okay. Any other thoughts, concerns? I have actual printouts of your confirmations that I can hand out to you guys for your hotel. And Mr. Nathan, at some point, I'd love to remove my credit card and put on the school's credit card. Okay, cool. Okay. All right. Okay, moving on. We have some action items. 12.01, the Spring Hill High FFA Nationals trip.
I'm going to move, we approve that. It's
Second.
8:30.
Wait, you sure you don't want to talk about it again?
No. I think it's awesome. And I appreciate,
I'm
I
joking.
appreciate seniors coming back
Yep.
and representing us.
Yep.
I will say.
Yeah, that was awesome. Although I did try to buy the little pickup truck, the little metal pickup, and he wouldn't sell it, so.
All right, so motion, and Keith, you second? All right, any further discussion? Rachel, please take the vote.
Mrs. Horn,
Yes.
Mr. Chitwood,
Yes.
Mr. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Milius,
Yes.
Mr. Hole,
Yes.
Mrs. Baker,
Yes.
approved.
Wonderful. Moving on to 12.02, the revenue neutral rate intent.
I actually do have a comment on that. It's the governing body of 230 Unified. I don't believe that is our government name. I believe our government name is USD 230 Spring Hill. Can somebody correct me? And if it is unified, it's Unified School District. And it's just because this is money, it's the reason why I'm being nitpicky.
I'll double check that, Mr. Chitwood. I believe, and I do know this for sure, the county moved to an online system. And so tomorrow when I send this in, it's actually done electronically. And
It is, but the we need to double check with them
Yeah.
because statutorily, we have to be the entity that we are.
And I think that was selected. I don't think we entered that in, but I will double check that tomorrow before we, like they give you a selection of
Yeah.
what entity you are, and then
Yeah.
you select that, and that's what.
Well, it's our name and we need it right. So I'll move to approve it, understanding that you're going to make sure our correct legal entity name is.
Like the ballot.
It is the ballot. It's exactly like the ballot. It's got to be right for us to comply with the statutes. I mean, it's just, sorry, I move to approve it, provided we make sure that
The county gets it right.
the county gets our legal name correct.
There's a motion.
Second.
Second. All right, any further discussion? Rachel, please take the vote.
Mr. Chitwood,
Yes.
Mr. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Milius,
Yes.
Mr. Hole,
Yes.
Mrs. Baker,
Yes.
Mrs. Horn,
Yes.
approved.
Awesome. Okay, moving on to future discussion items. Anything anyone would like to add?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And it's only because it's come up, I've been on the, sitting on the board now for 18 months, and it's come up more than 3 or 4 times, and BJ reminded me of it again tonight. And so I'd like to get somebody to tell us what we need to do to get internet access to the baseball diamonds for softball and baseball games. We've got a great new relationship, the city does, with Comcast. I know there's technology out there. I can put them in touch with a vendor that they probably already work with today. And for $1,500, have that set up as a hotspot right there at the diamonds.
Should it be just the diamonds, or should it, is that a problem with the tennis courts too?
It should be good enough for the tennis courts as well.
Should we make the request that any outdoor space gets we gotta be specific, because I don't want them going out to the solar panel fields, I suppose. But
Right.
any used space.
Somebody needs to just explore it, look at it. There is technology out there that enables that to happen, and it's not expensive.
Right.
I find it interesting though that we can get it at the football field, but not at the baseball field. That's,
Well, it has a press box though.
It's wired, I
It-
believe.
Yeah, it's wired.
It's
Okay.
hardwired. Yeah.
that makes
Yeah,
sense.
I would kind of second your idea that we just say, are you okay with it being, hey, we want to make
Oh,
sure
yeah,
that there's
absolutely.
access
Oh, yeah, we're doing, yeah, of
everywhere at the high school?
course. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and it might just need to be, when we think about it, the baseball field, because as we do this expansion to the high school, you'd assume that the tennis courts would be close enough to I don't know.
There are experts you can call that'll come out and give you a quote and have it done in a matter of weeks. So, I mean, yeah,
Is that something, Dr. Luttrell?
I'd just like to add it to the list.
Yeah, but add it to the list or even pull together within the next couple months.
I definitely think that it's something that we can look into, and I think that with Mr. Terry now, we can definitely work with that on getting that in the near future, and especially since it's at the Ball Diamond, for sure, we've got a little time on that. So I think we can get some feedback on that and get some costs, and as Mr. Holt, Director Holt said, I mean, I would hope that the technology out there is something available that we can do rather economically to make sure that we have what we need so that whenever we are broadcasting or something that we're able to do so somewhat seamlessly. So, but yes, we will work on that and get a report back to you, in the very near future.
One thing that as school, we're ramping up for school, wondering if we can get a kind of tours set up for those site-based classrooms that we saw some of during our Teacher Appreciation Week.
Yes, that has been mentioned, and what we would just need to decide from y'all is, when do you want to go? Do you want to go whenever there's schools in session? Do you just want to go see the classroom because we will need to kind of, as some of you witnessed with the Education Week, when we give out the appreciation gifts, we just need to make sure that we don't do it by surprise. And so but yeah, I think we can make that happen. I think Dr. Webb would be glad to do that. It's just coordinating that and then picking a time of when you would like to maybe make that happen. And maybe we've got several, so why don't we hit them all in one day, maybe divide it up over a period of days. But yes, we can do that.
Is that something maybe we would rely on Dr. Weber's help to help us decide? Because I know we don't want to disrupt a class, or we don't want to send anybody into an unexpected boulder in their day.
No, I absolutely think Dr. Weber would welcome that. I think that if anything, the positive that's going to come out of it is that the fact that the teacher, instructors, and people that work in those classrooms are going to be very appreciative. Just, hey, I'm glad that they know what resources we have, what space we have. So, and then I think we might even be able to maybe time it to where, depending again, the timing of what is maybe, where you might have a short time to interact with the teacher and say, hey, so.
My suggestion or thought would be that maybe she hosts one and it's just an hour long once a month at one or two different locations, kind of at the same time during the day when there are kids and staff members there and we can kind of see it in motion or in action. And we can coordinate, like once there's 3 of us on it, then the next people grab the next month's,
Do it the same way that we do meetings. It's a calendar.
Yep.
We can accept
Yep.
or reject, and
I think
it's
so.
not a violation to see who's going.
Yep. Yeah. I think that's probably would be great. That way people, if it doesn't fit their schedule, there's other options and they don't feel like this is their only chance. And since we have to do it at least 3 times, so.
And I completely agree. Let Dr. Weber dictate the tempo and
Agreed.
we accommodate.
What other ones would we love to get updates on quickly or soon, or maybe this fall? Do we see any coming, Dr. Luttrell, this fall?
Yes, we've had conversations with our executive cabinet with Dr. Smith and Mr. Williams and Dr. Robinson, Mr. Holder, where we've said now to risk, we're taking the list and we want to do our best now to make sure that those find their way onto, at least for a placeholder, that we can take to the agenda, like one of the agenda review meetings and say, this is what we're thinking about maybe placing this. Is this one, give us some more information. What do you want to make sure we have ready for that? And go at it that way.
Cool. I think that's a great idea. Okay. Any others that we want to add other than the internet one? Any that we'd like to take off? Yeah. Okay. Moving on to I'm so sorry, board work calendar. I took a look at it earlier. Things look like we're rocking and rolling. Any thoughts from anyone?
I will add that should, again, be filling in by the next time we have a meeting. I know that we have been working with our executive team, Dr. Robinson, Mr. Williams, Mr. Holder, and Dr. Smith, having them go back to their directors and again, try to hone in, okay, when we need to do the things that we know we're going to be doing throughout the year. That the time that we kind of had that set to have some initial ones in, at least through October, November, was like late last week, which was after the cutoff for this. And so we will be getting that updated and put to you all. So you should see some more things be filled in here the next time you see
The
it.
one thing that I see on our annual work calendar is a budget work session. Is that slated for this month at all?
Is
It's slated for all. Sorry, it's slated for the August meeting. Yep.
Perfect. I thought we had discussed that, so I
Yeah,
love that.
yeah, it will definitely be prior to the hearing. That is the first meeting in September, but we will bring that information in August.
Okay. Okay. Any other thoughts on our board work calendar? Okay, moving on to Board of Education member reports. Anyone have anything to report? Man, okay. All right, well, moving on to superintendent's report.
I will keep mine very short. Something that I really want to say to the patrons, and we will be getting another communication out midweek. I know I shared with some of you in my Friday update, but yes, the federal government recently announced that more than $6 billion that had already been approved by Congress for education purposes was being withheld for review, which means that they might release it later, they may not. But they wanted districts to know that the total amount being withheld of that $6 billion for the state of Kansas amounts to approximately $114 million. Now, remember, we have some of the largest districts in the state within Johnson County. So you have been seeing that in the news. And some of those districts that are 4 or 5 times the size of us, they do have some big numbers. Okay. And so I have had some parents reach out, rightly so. Those funds do impact schools and agencies across different groups, depending on the students that are served. But the approximate overall dollar impact, while it's every dollar matters, the impact to USD overall at this point from those is very, very minimal compared to what some of the other districts are experiencing. You can see ours is, well, again, every dollar matters. You know, ours is less than 200 grand. Okay, even less than that. And now again, we have to continue watching that because, if they start into other categories, there are categories that we do get quite a bit in. And so, but we're going to be putting some graphics out to our patrons midweek to kind of just let them know the same information. Today, I will note that just today, there are 24 states that filed a lawsuit on this very matter with the federal government alleging that the withholding of congressional approved funds was unconstitutional. We'll note Kansas was not among the states that were part of that and that was filed. You can probably follow the lines on that. And then, so that's that. And the other thing I'll cut, last few things is earlier today, just had one of the sponsors come by the office and gave me a copy of the 2025 Spring Hill High School yearbook. And so that yearbook was distributed this morning. It looks to me, one glance, I got a full color, 248 pages, looked really good. And so I know that's always kind of a rite of passage. Kids like getting that in. I didn't even realize that when you order the book now, you can choose rather than have to have it picked up at the school when they distribute, you can have it shipped directly to your house. Okay. But the one thing I was really impressed with was that, that is something that is sold to students And for a high school that has this year about 1,100 kids, she said they sold over 750 copies
Oh, wow.
that yearbook. And again, the talents of our kids and our staff, I just thought that was neat. She brought it over for to look at. She's very proud and rightly so. And then without trying to throw sour grapes on anything, first day of school for students and next school, it was only 26 days from, about 26 days from today, because we start on August the 13th. And so we will be sent back at it very soon. That's my superintendent's report.
Can I ask a question? I know we're getting late. I'm curious, and if this is in the communication, I'm good to wait for it. I don't need any information, but I'm kind of surprised we're only at 175,000 considering the numbers I've seen in the news like crazy. And I understand districts are bigger. Will you guys cover why our number is a little bit less? Is it purely student headcount?
That draft is still big, but yes, we've instructed to try to really make sure that we put it in layman's terms and put it in perspective that, again, the numbers that have been shown, the bulk of that are much larger districts. And then, like I said, Mr. Holder, Dr. Robinson, if you want to add anything on those numbers, in terms of, it's a lot of it boils down to, we are very fortunate here that while we do have some students that do have some needs, some of the categories that are impacted, some of the programming there, that a lot of districts have a lot of students in. We're fortunate that we just don't see that need. And then also another thing that Mr. Holder, I'll steal his thunder, he made a great point this morning, we were discussing this, is that the way the federal government funds a lot of these categorical programs, because they fund them based on census numbers. And the most recent census number was 2020. Look how much we've grown since 2020.
Right.
Okay, so, but Mr. Holder, if you want to add anything to that.
You pretty much covered it. The main point is that the ESEA numbers, which is through the title programs, are based on census poverty data that's collected through the census. And so the numbers that we have and the closest correlation, although it is not the direct correlation, is free and reduced lunch. And because that number is lower, then the corresponding allocation that we get from the federal government is not as high as you might see in other similar sized districts that might have a higher free and reduced lunch count.
And I will add, again, just trying to stay ahead of the curve, we're trying to find out not a direct impact of money that comes to us, but in this $6 billion, there has been some educational related after-school type programs. And we're trying to figure out from individuals whether or not any of the after-school programs, even though we don't run them, that we might house and allow people to participate if that's impacted. And we hope to find that out soon.
Dr. Luttrell and Mr. Holder, is this something we're going to know kind of before budget discussion? Because, the punchline of it is we always have a little wiggle room in our revenue neutral rate. And so can we make a decision, if appropriate, to pick up some slack or not? Will we have time to do that?
Yes, the two numbers that we know for certain are through Title IIA and Title IVA. And those numbers combined are approximately a little over 80,000. Those are tied to positions, but those positions are set for next year. So we will absorb that cost in other areas of the budget. If we do not, and the funds are not, they haven't said we're not getting them. They are just being.
Well, and where I'm going with that. So having said that, we're next door neighbors to assuring Spring Hill is continuing as Spring Hill has. Do not fear, we are carrying on.
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay, All right, well, moving on, we need an executive session.
Madam President, I move the board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing personnel matters of non-elected personnel to protect the privacy interest of unidentifiable individuals under COMA. Those to be in session include the Board of Education members, superintendent of schools, and assistant superintendent of schools, and administrators as requested. The executive session to begin at 9 o'clock with the open meeting resuming at 9:30. 9:30 at this place.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Rachel, please take the vote.
Mr. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Milius,
Yes.
Mr. Hull,
Yes.
Mrs. Baker,
Yes.
Mrs. Horn,
Yes.
Mr. Chitwood,
Yeah. Yes.
approved.
Second. And Doug, yep.
Yeah.
Mr. Hole,
Yes.
Mrs. Baker,
Yes.
Mrs. Horn,
Yes.
Mr. Chitwood.
Yes.
Approved.
15 minutes.
Second.
15 minutes.
15 minutes.
I misspoke.
Mrs. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Hole,
Yes.
Mr. Ewing,
Yes.
Mr. Chitwood,
Yes.
approved.
We are adjourned.